Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 Interconnections Process Enhancements Track 2 Final Proposal. My name is Brenda Corona. On behalf of the California ISO, we welcome you all who's here in person and also on the WebEx. At this time, I will go ahead and introduce our CEO of California ISO, Elliot Mazer, who will do a few words before we get started. Elliot, go ahead.
Thank you very much. We'll do a quick sound check. Make sure you can hear me okay. Hopefully all is working well. Thanks. And good morning, everyone. Nice to be with you here. For those of you assembled in Folsom, glad you could be together, and for all of you online, thanks for joining us. I wanted to start out first and foremost by thanking you so much for your engagement in, I think, this very important initiative. I know how hard my team's been working, and I know many of you have logged long hours and worked very hard to get us to this point, and really just wanted to thank you for that. You know, the ISO, I think we've been working very hard across all of our policy initiatives to really try to harness the collective ideas from our stakeholders to establish a common set of principles and to clearly define the problems that we're working to solve together. And we certainly hope that you see your input reflected throughout the final proposal that we're going to discuss today. You know, these transformational reforms to our interconnection process are very timely and necessary. You know, we've implemented more modest changes in previous IPE initiatives, but we're clearly living in different times now. And FERC has recognized this new reality with Order 2023, which I think, you know, practically speaking, establishes a new baseline for transmission providers that in some ways is very close to the ISO's interconnection practices over the past several years. And I think FERC has clearly acknowledged the need for some transmission providers to go further with their individual interconnection reform efforts. And I think we've interpreted that as a call to action here at the ISO. And, you know, I've also felt that it's for a long time that you can't look at interconnection process reform in isolation. And the changes that we're proposing here are part of a broader effort between the ISO, the California Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, and other local regulatory authorities to better synchronize resource and transmission planning, procurement, and interconnection. And I think the benefits of this more coordinated process are very clear on the planning side. Of course, on Monday, just this last Monday, the ISO released a draft 2023-2024 transmission plan recommending 26 new transmission projects. This, of course, is on the heels of the 46 projects that were approved as part of the 2022-2023 transmission plan. And I think these transmission plans serve as a guide for the best areas for interconnection and the basis for our proposed zonal approach. You know, one of the most novel elements of this proposal is the opportunity for load-serving entities to provide initial non-binding feedback on their commercial needs as a means to advance the most viable projects to the study process. And I think this addresses another critical component of our agreement with the state agencies by giving LSEs an opportunity to signal which projects best align with their resource needs. We are actually increasing the likelihood that the projects that advance through the study process will have willing off-takers on the other side, and that sufficient viable resources can compete for power purchase agreements and deliverability when the time comes. We're going to continue addressing related modifications to the deliverability allocation methodology in Track 3, which will continue through the rest of the spring and summer. So we certainly invite and hope for your continued engagement in this initiative. Now, we've heard some of the suggestions that the ISO should consider smaller, more incremental changes, or simply comply with Order 2023 and monitor the results rather than move forward with this more significant overhaul. And I think we simply do not have the time nor the resources to continue to tread water in this flood of interconnection requests. We currently have over 3 times the resources we will need over the next few decades in the queue. We have far more projects in line that we can study or accommodate, and reform is needed for the ISO to onboard the best new resources that California will need for near-term reliability and longer-term policy requirements. You know, this reform package is going to require changes for all of us, including the ISO. But we are absolutely committed to getting this right in continuing to work with all of you to ensure a more streamlined interconnection queuing process that aligns with need and transmission availability. So thank you again to all of you that have put so much effort in getting us to this point. I'm excited to hear the results of today's conversation, to get this proposal in front of our board of governors in May and ultimately in front of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So thanks again, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this morning.
Thank you, Elliot. We appreciate your words. And I also went ahead and added a link to the 2023-2024 transmission posting that was done on Monday. So you can reference that on the WebEx. But at this time, we can go ahead and get started. We will go to the few first slides. As for today's meeting, for those who are in person, housekeeping reminders is that this call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. So we encourage comments throughout the whole day, as well both virtual and chat. So for those who are on the WebEx tool, we do have my event producer, Silas, who will be available to ask her any questions during the time of the WebEx. I'll be here monitoring hands on site, and then we'll get started with just a reminder for those who are WebEx only, just press the raise hand icon on the lower toolbar, and then that'll allow us to see your names on the screen. So I'm going to keep the names up here so we can monitor who's asking a question. And then for those who are on site as well, please make sure you state your full name and affiliation, so that way those who are on the WebEx can hear who's speaking. And then for those also on the WebEx, please also introduce your full name and affiliation so we know before you say your comment. And for today's agenda, I'll go ahead and invite Danielle to kind of run through the next few steps of the meeting. I'll be here for any questions, but other than that, Danielle, you're more than welcome to go ahead and get started.
All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for being here today and sticking with us throughout this process. I know it's been a long haul and has felt a little bit like an endurance sport for a little while. And we're not done, but we are getting to a point where we're ready to propose, this set of reforms as the final proposal, and then planning to continue with a couple of other really pressing issues over the summer as well. So just for the agenda for today, you already heard from Elliot. So thanks to Elliot if you're still listening for coming in and sharing your insights. And then we'll go through the initiative timeline and some additional considerations, including everything that has happened with Order 2023, which just continues to create some shifting timelines and things like that. And so we can update you on where we are with our compliance filing on Order 2023, as well as what that means for different cluster timelines. And the final proposal included some information on cluster timelines, both for cluster 15 and for the process going forward as we envision it. So we'll go through that. Then we'll jump in at 9:30 to the zonal approach and the beginning of the interconnection request intake process. Then we'll take a lunch, hopefully from 12 to 1 this time. I know we've pushed it to like 12:45 a couple of times in these meetings, but we'll try to give you all a full hour to enjoy the cafeteria and hopefully spend some time getting questions answered and things like that. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll resume interconnection request intake. And at 2 o'clock, we'll move into contract and queue management. We do have a couple of ISO staff who are out ill today, but they'll be presenting online or someone will fill in for them. So we're doing the hybrid approach as well. And then we'll wrap at 4 with Brenda giving some final next steps. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is where we are in the interconnection process enhancements initiative timeline. We are at the final proposal phase, so we plan to bring this to the Board of Governors in May and file with FERC shortly thereafter. As you have seen, we're also proposing a track 3 for this initiative, which we'll talk through the timeline of, but we're planning to move that through pretty quickly after we complete our interconnection process enhancements track 2 changes. So that'll get started pretty quickly here. Next slide, please. And Elliot talked a lot about this in his brief remarks, and I think you are all familiar with it from participating in these previous workshops. But as you all know, this is really part of a much bigger set of changes that we're implementing with the state and local agencies to make sure that that the planning that is going so well at the CEC and CPUC and local regulatory authorities and the ISO that's feeding into the transmission plans also then informs procurement efforts, and that those procurement efforts are then tied into the interconnection process. So I know we've had a lot of discussion over how we actually implement this over the last few months, but we really do see this interconnection kind of quadrant on this graphic as being the final link and the final piece to make sure that all the planning that we're doing actually materializes with good projects that are viable and able to come online when we need them to align with our resource portfolios. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, these interconnection process enhancements are moving forward on a parallel timeframe with Order 2023. So we are working to provide you with clarity on the process. As I mentioned, timelines are shifting quite a bit. We saw FERC Order 2023 get amended a couple weeks ago. So now there's an Order 2023A. And with those amendments to the FERC order, they now shifted the compliance filing deadline by roughly a month. So it'll be 30 days from whenever the order is published in the Federal Register. I have not checked this morning to see if it's been published, but we assume that this will be sometime in late April or early May. We understand you all have been looking for information on our Order 2023 compliance. Nothing really significant is shifting from our approach on this. We're just taking the time that we need to go through the order and make sure of that. So we will continue to provide you with information on Order 2023 compliance as it is available and as we're ready to share that. And then in addition, the Cluster 15 timelines are described in the final proposal. So I'll share those with you in a moment. I also wanted to update you that the Cluster 16 postponement did get approval in February by our Board of Governors and just recently received FERC approval in March of 2024 as well. So there will be no Cluster 16 interconnection application window in 2024. The timing for that will be shared in our Order 2023 filing as well. Any questions there? Okay, great. Next slide, please. So Cluster 15 intake and the timeline for that. We are moving forward with a proposed timeline. And again, this will be in our Order 2023 compliance filing, but we wanted to put it forward in the interconnection process enhancements proposal just so you all have some clarity, because we know that these timelines are highly interactive and dependent on steps before and after. So between October 1st of this year and December 1st of this year, interconnection requests may be modified in accordance with the GetApp Tariff Section 17.1b. So that is the new sort of window for modifying interconnection requests. Then all LSC project selection information will be due to the ISO by December 11th of this year, 2024. And between January 1st and May 1st of 2025, the ISO will check interconnection requests against all proposed criteria to determine which interconnection requests are eligible to move forward to validation, and will iterate with interconnection customers to validate all the complete interconnection requests and cure any technical errors. And then next slide, please. So after that, interconnection requests that are withdrawn prior to January 1st of next year, 2025, will receive a refund of all deposits minus any cost expended on the interconnection customer's behalf. And then after this date, any interconnection customer's rights to withdraw and receive refunds will be based on the tariff provisions, existing tariff provisions. Then the ISO will complete all zonal level group scoring meetings for zones by May 31st of 2025. And the development and completion of the Cluster 15 base case will begin on June 1st, 2025. Before May 1st of 2024, the ISO will post a list of POIs within each zone for interconnection customers to self-validate changes to the POIs. That's a little bit of it's a little out of sequence there chronologically, but we will post that information. I think some of that is already posted as of yesterday afternoon as well. So any questions on Cluster 15?
Danielle, we do have a few folks Okay, so let's go ahead and take Susan Snyder. Go ahead and please introduce yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Just a couple of clarifying questions on the intake, and then the schedule after May. On the information package, I did see that you guys had posted the first information package or consolidated information package, and I think that might have just happened yesterday, and I apologize, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. But the information package, the information that is going to be used for screening Cluster 15 projects presumably will have to be updated for the TPD allocation process that's going on right now, as well as maybe the reassessment. So when would people have the information package that you're going that includes what you're going to use for the screening, the intake for Cluster 15?
Good morning, Susan. This is Binay. That'll be after we're done with the 2024 TPD study, which is around May.
Okay, so there wouldn't be any changes to it for the reassessment. It will be just updated after the TPD allocation process.
Yes, that's the plan. I don't think reassessment would change those available TPD numbers.
Okay. Okay. So people, since the reassessment's usually around July or August, that would be the time when people would have that information going into this intake process in October.
It's Jeff
Reassessment.
Jeff Olson here. It's Jeff. Like Benay said, the reassessment really doesn't have any, won't have any impact to it. The TPD allocation, I believe, is the end of May, notifying parties
Right.
with the TPD allocation, and the reports will be coming out in the middle of June. I'd anticipate in terms of kind of by the end of June timeframe to update. And in particular, it's the one workbook that's updated that has the TPD that's been allocated. That will be updated at that time, and that's what we identified kind of earlier as well. So that's the timing. We got this out with where do we stand now, so individuals have it. And it will be updated after the TPD allocation in I would say basically early July is when that will become out.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay. And then the schedule going forward here. Well, so by May, it looks like, or by June 1st, you're going to have the base case and you'll start the cluster study. It's my understanding that you're going to be applying the FERC study structure to like the three studies that are in the FERC Order 2023 to Cluster 15. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So the first study, I think, is about 150 days. So that's roughly 5 months. So, so that would be, so if you're starting in June, so somewhere around November-ish, maybe, people might expect to see their first study results. Is that reasonable to expect?
Well, Susan, this is Bob Emmert. With the ISO, without actually looking at the schedule real closely, I assume that's correct. Looking at the schedule that we have out there right now, yeah, this one doesn't really quite fit for Cluster 15. So, but it's basically the same timeline, just shifted. So you can use the schedule that's in the report and just kind of shift the dates and kind of figure out if we start the study, as we assume on June 1st, how things will play out.
Okay, because the structure or the schedule that's in the proposal is actually not legible at all. So I'm just trying to figure out what you'd be doing here. So okay, so maybe but somewhere before the end of the year that people might expect to see some kind of study results from the first study, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Those are all the questions I had. Thanks very much. It's very helpful.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we do have someone in the room. Believe it's Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Brian with Z Global. Just wanted to confirm, so at about the same time for the projects that withdraw to get their refunds back, will the projects in cluster 15 that posted site control in lieu of deposits, those will be refunded around that same time?
Yeah, I believe so. We'll, we always have to go through the process of determining how much money was spent and so forth in the process of whenever a project withdraws. But as soon as we are able to do that, we can go ahead and release any site deposits. We can do that more quickly, but then refunding of any unused study deposits may take a little bit longer.
Okay, this wouldn't necessarily be for ones that withdraw. These were ones that would probably go forward, but posted in lieu of, but took care of their site control between.
We can do that at any time. Whenever a project is able to demonstrate that they've actually can document that they have site control, let us know, and we'll put it into the process to work with accounting to start that refund process after we, of course, validate the information.
Okay, thank you.
And I saw too that we had a question in the chat just seeking clarification of the filing timelines. So we do still intend to file our Order 2023 compliance before our IPE changes. So the sort of plan for tariff revisions hasn't changed, where we'll file our Order 2023 compliance, that'll form the base tariff, and then all IPE changes will be made sort of on top of that new revised tariff.
Virginia with Nextera. I have a quick question. When do you anticipate a response towards the end of this year from FERC on the compliance filing? Do you have any thoughts on that? I know there are some concerns with the new administration. So just interested in when you thought that might get approved.
We are, part of the reason that we've been trying to kind of do that first is that there is no required timeline for a FERC response on our compliance filing. So we've built in some time to reflect the fact that they may take several months, 8 to 12 months, I think is a possibility. So, but with that said, I think the IPE filing has a little more clarity around the timeline that we might hear back from them on that. So we'll probably give them 90 days or seek 90 days or something like that. So it's quite possible that we'll have an IPE order back from FERC before we have anything on our compliance filing. But this timeline is intended to enable us to move forward with kind of all the changes in the process, assuming that it all moves forward together.
We can go ahead and take Loic from SCE.
Loic, your line is unmuted. You can go ahead.
Hi there, sorry. Quick question from an LSE perspective, Loic Gaillac with SCE. It's pertinent to slide 8 and regarding the timeline of the LSE providing the selection information. What information will the CAISO provide the LSE prior to that deadline? So would we get a list of applicants? What level of that will be shared and when?
So this is Bob Emmert. Within the FERC order 2023, they have a requirement that pretty much after the window closes, we need to post all the interconnection requests that we've received. So that's what we're anticipating doing is once the interconnection request window closes, we'll post all of the interconnection requests that we received. And, at that point in time, we're anticipating that the load serving entities could be able to use that information just to confirm that the projects that they were anticipating to actually select in their selection process are actually in the queue and look basically the same as what they were thinking those projects would look like. And if they don't, have a short period to maybe make some adjustments to what they decide they want to select in their selection process.
And Bob, what will that package include when you say what level of information will be included with that information?
At this point, if we don't make any other further changes, basically what the queue report looks like now.
But on the queue report, one of the challenge, you mean the public queue report? That the name of the entity is not listed.
That's correct at this point in time. So if that's something that you think that you need to have that information, it's, we'll have to figure out what's the best way to take that up. Here we're in our final proposal, but
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's a couple of points. I think certainly we'd like to, it's going to be hard, as you can imagine, to connect the dots here. So, the name of the entity was going to be critical to line up the people we may have talked to the actual application on one end. But I think furthermore, we may need additional detail. I think partially the one that may be provided as part of the screening criteria, the self-scoring that the counterparty or the applicant provide. So feedback to the question and supporting evidence as it relates to the other viability question would be important too.
good.
We
The
got,
concern, obviously, quickly. The concern is obviously we only have 10 days to, to provide that information based on what's requested. So I just want to make sure there's a clear, we can clearly, connect the entity that we may have talked to and what's in the queue, and make sure that we're providing, support to the right projects.
yeah, we understand that. I think this may be a better conversation for when we get into that actual process. But we are encouraging LSEs to, do RFIs, to issue RFIs early. We're encouraging these bilateral conversations between interconnection customers and LSEs prior to that window so that you have the information that you need. And I think some of that needs to be kind of matched up from the interconnection customer to the LSE in that process as well. But we're sensitive to making this work. So let's talk through that.
It's understood that we'll have a process up front. I'm just concerned about the matching and ensuring that what was described to us through that discussion is actually what is reflected in the application. And that's really what we're trying to get to. But yeah, we can defer that discussion to when we talk about that process later today.
Thanks. Okay, any other questions?
We do have a question from Bo on the chat. How are stakeholders notified that the TPD allocation studies are available and where those studies are located? Are those available to the general public or those that have transmission planning data access, I believe?
Yeah, this is Binay. So a couple of things will happen in relation to this process. So once we're done with the 2024 TPD, we will update the allocated TPD, and there may be some update on the TX capability as well. The information that we posted yesterday regarding the available TPD, that will be updated at the same location. Currently, it's posted on the initiative web page. In regards to the TPD report, currently we publish those on the market participant portal, but we are internally considering if we can publish those on a public website. But those two things will happen after the TPD study is done.
Okay, next we do have Annette. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Vineet from Clearway. I have some questions regarding cluster 15 timelines and the process. Is there a pathway for interconnection customer to request individual scoping meetings, or CAISO is doing away with that and only zonal meetings will be conducted?
So if I understand the question, this is Bob Merritt with the ISO. You're asking when will the scoping meetings for cluster 15 be held? And we'll be doing that within that time frame between January 1 and May 1st. Now, granted, it's probably going to be towards the end of that time frame, but we're not necessarily specifying a specific time frame. Other than that window will be the period that we'll be doing the scoping meetings, and those will be done in a manner as it relates to the FERC order. We'll be doing those as group scoping meetings based on the various zones throughout the ISO.
I see. So no individual scoping meeting would be allowed?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
No individual scoping meetings will be allowed where customer can request one-on-one with PTO?
No,
ISO.
we weren't anticipating having any individual ones. If one person wants it and we do that, then everybody's going to want that same treatment. So we just really don't have time. So we're just going to stick with the FERC order requirements related to scoping meetings.
Okay. Second question, the interconnection request, which will be entering merchant zones, have a deposit requirement upfront of 10K per megawatt with a ceiling. Does that need to be posted between October 1st through December 1st, along with the IR update?
Yes, that amount would have to be posted by the close of the window. And that's the same proposal for cluster 15 within that time frame, as well as future clusters by the close of the window that money will be due.
Okay. And is that cash deposit or is it security? Because it's towards ADNU, right? So it can be a security.
I think we were going to allow that to be a security deposit as well.
Okay, got it. And in order to post that deposit, the interconnection request need to know if they fall in merchant zone or not. When does CAISO release that information about which zones are merchant versus which are not? Just trying to understand how early before that opening of October 1st window that information will be available.
I think, excuse me, as Jeff was saying earlier, it's going to have to be after the TBD allocation process that takes place this year. So after the allocations will go out in the end of May. So sometime at the end, middle to late June, we'll be providing the reports related to the allocation process. And at that point in time, we'll be able to determine which zones actually have remaining TBD capacity and what type of zones they would be.
Okay, got it. And the last question is about the update to the IR package. As of now, CAISO isn't allowing any changes to IR package after that December 1st deadline. But within the proposal, in a case where interconnection customer does not receive full 100 points through LSE interest, it will be given an option to downsize the capacity, either to match, basically to match the megawatt capacity that gets it 100 points. So will CAISO at that point reopen the IR window for such interconnection customers and let them update the package to downsize?
Yes, we'd have to allow for that if someone were to downsize, to be able to get full the 100 points. If LSE did not select their full capacity, we'd have to allow for a process to an update of an IR to do that.
Okay, thank you. And a few questions on the data published by CAISO yesterday. Thanks a lot. That's very helpful data. One question was the megawatt estimates. Do they assume 22, 23 TPP upgrades are in the models or they are without the transmission capability estimates?
So the estimates that's currently there is consistent with what we provided to CPUC in the transmission capability estimates. So in that regards, the 22, 20, you asked 22, 23 approved TPP.
Mhm.
We have made some adjustment, but we haven't done the full-blown study with all those projects included. So we'll be doing that in the upcoming PPD study, but we have adjusted the estimates based on the projects using some adjustment.
I see that, and that's the reason you mentioned that there would be a change to those estimates, transmission capability estimates, post TPD allocation.
Yes, that's one reason. The other is we will also be applying the new deliverability methodology. That could also update some of those estimates.
I see. And the allocated TPD megawatt amounts, they are assuming already allocated TPD in 2023 TPD cycle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the last question on that is the megawatt numbers are already adjusted for resource factors or they need to be further adjusted?
No, it's already adjusted.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, we do have a question in queue, and then we do from Fernando. Can CAISO clarify what is meant by FERC jurisdictional LSE in a few examples?
Give us a minute to talk through that. I think we don't have any lawyers here in the room, and so I want to make sure we get that description right, but we can come back to it. Or, sure, Deb, never mind.
So FERC jurisdictional LSE is a load serving entity that would be underneath FERC jurisdiction. So what they call public utilities, which are the investor-owned utilities, any of the generators, CCAs, these are LSEs, CCAs, IOUs, those types of things, not the municipal utilities.
Next, we have Marissa. Let's go ahead and unmute Marissa.
Marissa put her hand down in the queue. Marissa, if you can raise your hand back up, you will be unmuted.
Okay. We can go to Fernando just to see if you had any follow-up questions to Debbie's response.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate Deb's response. It's not completely clear. Let me see what's meant by it, but I just was not certain because it's not completely clear what tariffs at the end of the day will need to be revised if it's affecting PTOs. And if, for example, on the point allocation process, that isn't something that would be embedded within the PTO or SEs, either transmission owner tariff or WDAT. I'm not sure where those proposed tariff revisions would be expected.
Actually, Fernando, I think the expectation for the point system and the scoring would all be included in the CAISO tariff, definitely not in the TCA.
Okay, so that's why I was asking the fundamental hurdle question. There's references to LSE FERC jurisdictional LSEs and the need to make, I believe, tariff changes. But if it's not going to be the PTOs and that's strictly the CAISO, then that's helpful to know. Thanks, Debbie.
No problem.
Okay, we thank everyone for who's on the queue for the WebEx Let me go ahead and run through the questions. Some of them have submitted through chat, so we can run them quicker. So Marissa Martinez from Balance Rock Power asked a question about, is the team planning for the site control requirements for this fall? Could you please clarify the specific acreage amounts based on the generation type for both public and private lands?
Yeah, Marissa, that's really an Order 2023 compliance question, and although Kaylee is able to answer that.
Hi, this is Kaylee Zuberi from ISO. The BPM's been updated with a table that shows the acreage requirements for the generation types.
Awesome. So the next big question we have from Viket, what form is required to submit scoring information?
We will provide a form for everyone. It hasn't been provided yet, but we will prior to the window.
Another question from Nikos is, I understand the CAISO queue is currently closed for new applications, but about the surplus request though, could we file a surplus request soon or no changes to the surplus process through this reform? Nikos.
Nikos, I wonder, are you able to just clarify the question verbally if you can? Maybe your
Silas,
audio's-
can you unmute Nikos on the line? He just raised his hand.
Yep. Nikos, your line is unmuted. You can go ahead.
I know for historically we have been able to file a surplus interconnection request. But I'm wondering if this queue reform changes anything about that.
Yeah, this is Bob Emmert. We're not following what you mean by surplus interconnection requests.
I think it's, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that if we have an LGIA for an existing project, and we didn't use all the capacity, or we want to add maybe storage or something, there was a chance to go through the process for surplus interconnection. It is still a process we can take for projects that have already LGIA.
Yeah, Nikos, this is Deb Levine. The answer is yes. You would go through the modification assessment with the queue management group.
Got it. Thank you.
And what organization are you with?
Matrix Renewables.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have more questions in queue coming in. Marissa had a follow-up question for the which BPM is it this updated, and the GDAP BPM is dated as April 2023. So from Bedrock Power.
Hi, Marissa. It's in a PRR. The final will be posted on Friday. I can drop it in the chat.
Okay, we do have, is there any questions in the room just in case? Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Brian with Z Global. For projects that are going to follow the energy-only non-reimbursable track, what are the deposit requirements? Does that $10,000 per megawatt apply?
Well, can we just hold that one until we actually get to those slides and discuss that?
You bet.
We do have a few more questions. Sanju Zhu from Grid Bright at Qualis Company asked, could CAISO provide all flow gates behind each area constraint, or all PGE constraints that reports only provide one flow gate? And it could be very difficult to understand why the POI is behind certain area constraints. For example, that Diablo Canyon 500 kV behind the Dixon Tesla constraint.
Yeah, I can't, commit to providing all those, these calculations for some of these area constraint where there are multiple flow gates behind it. The way we calculate the TPD is very complicated. So it's kind of, without understanding that, it could be misleading. So how about, we're accepting comments, right? How about you put that in your written comment, Songjae, and we'll look into that.
And just to check, there's no more questions in the room because I'm gonna try to get through the ones on the chat. Okay, so we have a few more coming in. Fernando did want to follow up with Deb. As a follow-up, whereas the final proposal states the ISO notes that the FERC jurisdiction and entities may need to modify their tariffs to provide processes that award points in a just and reasonable manner. The ISO defers to them as an issue that how they award points or publish information. To confirm, this is not a requirement from the PEO on IAUs.
Fernando, is that in this LSE allocation section? I think it is. So let's take that up when we get to that section. But I think this was just language that we included to be clear that particularly when it comes to this kind of new element of the process, we wanted to make sure that there was still a means to ensure that that any decisions you're making are just and reasonable. So this was just some language to make some further recommendations that FERC jurisdictional LSEs build that into their practices.
And then we had another one. So from Shushant, he's from Clearwater Energy Group. His question's on LSE scoring. If multiple LSEs select the same project by December 11, 2024, will CAISO go back to those LSEs and ask them to update and resubmit the selection? If two LSEs select the same 200 megawatt project, then will one of them be asked to assign the 200 megawatt for the other project?
So that's another, let's hold questions until we get to those sections of the proposal. So there's some jumping ahead and we have slides on all this where we can explain and discuss further. So are there any more questions specifically on the cluster 15 timeline?
So for those who are raised hand, make sure those questions are for the cluster 15 timeline. If not, we will go ahead and go to the next few slides. But Jean Lee, go ahead for questions for cluster 15.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I know we're going to talk about the implementation a little bit later, but I just wanted to bring up the concern on the tight timeline for the LSCs, basically between December 1st and December 11th. And so first of all, I know that's 10 days, but it's really 7 business days. And so just a concern that applicants technically can, I think, modify applications, up until the 1st, although I would assume that would taper off near the end. And LSEs, can and should be in discussions with the applicants, including an RFI. I mean, that certainly makes sense. But I mean, if projects end up changing, shortly before 12/1, or they materialize differently than we would have expected, that could require adjustment to our point allocation sort of like strategy that we would have devised. So just a quick comment on that, and we can certainly discuss it more later on in the presentation. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, let's. I understand that that's a timeline issue specifically for cluster 15, but it is something that we built into the process for LSE allocations too. So we'll take it up then.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, please state your full affiliation. And Jean Lee's from SCE. Next, we do have Fernando, who's also from SCE. Go ahead for a question for cluster 15.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to follow up, and maybe my question can be deferred. I still have the same concerns on what exactly a FERC jurisdictional LSC is, as well as what the requirement is as far as the entities that may be affected on required tariff changes. But it sounds like Danielle indicated that they might cover, the CAISO will cover that during the LSC point allocation process. So I can hold off on my question. Look forward to getting the response during that section. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fernando. The next, we do have Songji, who's from Grid Bright Qualis Company. Go ahead with your question for cluster 15.
Hi, this is Songji Zhu from Grid Bright, representing Delaware. So the question for QC15 is after December 1st, they cannot change POI anymore. Is that right? So what if the study shows the POI is not feasible?
Yeah, why don't you ask that in your comments? So you're saying what happens after the cluster study is completed and it turns out the POI is not feasible?
Maybe in the middle of the study, the PTO determines there's a fatal flaw with the POI, then they need to. So I just wondering, would that provision still be there?
I assume we would handle that the way we do now, that we wouldn't do anything different for that. We're basically talking about the intake process at this point in time.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, just a reminder for those in the WebEx, we're trying to take questions for cluster 15. And then we have Aisha. Can you please make sure to introduce yourself? Thank you.
Morning, this is Aisha Bari from Recurrent Energy. My question was on the time, the I think preference or the schedule for 3 categories in terms of study. Like in June, when the base case is ready, will the 3 categories, basically the FCDS, the merchant, and the energy only, will be studied simultaneously, or will there be like one after the other kind of approach?
Yeah, this is Bob Emmerich. We're really on slides, really talking about the intake process, and we have a slide coming up that has the overall schedule. So if we can hold that discussion until we actually talk about the overall schedule, I'd appreciate it.
Sounds good. Yeah. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, I think that's all the hands, but I'll double check with Jasmine. Or wait, go ahead, Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia Thompson, NextEra Energy. Thinking through the cluster 15 new timelines, how is that going to impact the 2025 TPD cycle allocation cycle? The schedule that you handed out coming in kind of suggests that the next TPD cycle won't really be until 2026, but can you clarify when?
Yeah, within the track 3 that we'll be talking about later, dealing with modifications to the TPD allocation process, we'll be working through what we think is the appropriate schedule. Just to speak to that very quickly, we've got, we're opening the window. Well, let me see. Number one, the allocation this year is coming out later than normal. So if we would try to do the normal allocation opening window for new affidavits in December, the way we've done years in the past, that would kind of shortchange some of the projects that are getting an allocation in the end of May. So I think opening a period for the affidavits in 2024 is probably not appropriate. So I'm thinking based on that issue, starting sometime in first quarter of 2025 to open up the allocation window for that year. And then looking at the schedule that's in the paper, really it might be best to start at that point to align with the same schedule that we're proposing, which then aligns the TPD allocation and study process with the ISO board approving the transmission plan for that particular year. So short answer, it's still up in the air, but I would anticipate nothing sooner than first quarter of 2025.
Okay, thank you. And I would just encourage the ISO to remember, at least for cluster 14 projects, that that are coming out of parking potentially next year, they'll be expected to sign an LGIA without having another opportunity for deliverability allocation. So just encourage the CAISO to keep that timeline in mind.
Well, track 3 will be discussing all those issues.
Okay, so we are on slide 9. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I don't see it. Okay, there you go.
Omid Sarbian, PG&E. Just a question about cluster 15 modifications, interconnection request modifications. Can we make an upgrade or increase the POI for a project, the requested service for that project?
So if I understand, no, we cannot, projects cannot increase the amount of capacity at the interconnection for their interconnection requests at the POI.
Okay, so that was a determination that was made following our comment, I believe.
Well, that was something that was determined back in track 1 of this, where we decided what changes can take place. And so that's actually in the tariff right now in tariff section 17.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to jump on this opportunity to move on with just a quick slide to explain how we plan to apply some of these requirements. I think this may be self-evident, hopefully in the final proposal, but we do propose that the interconnection request intake reforms will be applied to cluster 15 and beyond. Most of the contracting queue management reforms will be applied to all clusters or all projects in the queue. We do not propose any new site control requirements beyond those that are in FERC Order 2023, though we have updated the BPM. And we don't propose any additional entry fees or study deposits beyond those required by FERC Order 2023. So just a kind of a scoping and application note. And then let's move on to the next slide too, because I think we need to jump into the zonal approach. Vinay?
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. This is Binay again. So I'll be doing a quick recap of the zonal approach and the data availability. Some of this we already talked about in the Q&A a little bit earlier. So the zonal approach is pretty well known now. It was established in the 2022-2023 transmission plan, and there are subzones which are defined by the constraint that were identified and also reported in the transmission capability estimates that was provided to CPUC. Further to that, we were going to make some information, consolidated information available for the stakeholder. Some of those are already provided, like we talked about a little bit earlier. The substations within the interconnection zone, the substation list, that one we're still working on it, and hopefully we'll be publishing that pretty soon. The available capacity within the subzone based on the constraint that was already in the TX capability spreadsheet, but now we added the allocated TPD and the available TPD behind those constraints. That's in the spreadsheet format, which is basically the POI metrics part of the TX capability. And we added a few rows to that spreadsheet to identify 3 things. Again, the TPD, estimated TPD for each constraint, allocated TPD, and the available TPD in that spreadsheet. We also published yesterday in the same initiative webpage the consolidated information about each zone with the one-line diagram for each zone, the constraint within that zone, and also the one-line diagram showing the constraint boundary for each of the subzone defined by those constraints. So those 2 are published in the initiative webpage. Like I said, we'll be posting the substation list pretty soon as well. So that will complete the package that we were planning to provide as part of the data availability. And In terms of the individual interconnection report, there are support for that being made available. So we're working towards that. And now the final proposal is out there, so we'll work on that. And at some point, we will be publishing the Cluster 14 Phase 2 individual reports redacted version for a stakeholder as well. And the last bullet, it's about the heat map. We've been talking about that as well. We're working on creating a database and also a visualization of the heat map. Our target, as we've been saying, and also in the final proposal, is Q3 of this year. We plan to publish the first version of the heat map, which will be based on Cluster 14 Phase 2. And that would also address the question that Songjay asked earlier about all the constraint behind the ADC. And as heat map, as you'll know, it will be by POI by POI available capacity. That's what the basic information in the heat map. And that will also provide you all the constraint that the POI is effective to. So that will essentially answer what Songjay was asking earlier about all the flow gets behind the constraint. That's pretty much it. That's a quick update on the zonal approach and the data availability. If there are any questions on this, I'll be happy to take on.
Naya Virginia with Nextera. I just wanted a quick clarification for the constraint mapping spreadsheet that you put out yesterday. Line 6 says number of POI behind the constraint. Is that equivalent to the number of interconnection projects requesting to interconnect at that POI? I'm looking specifically at the Tesla 230 kV SCI 106. What is that?
Yeah, not number of projects. Those are the POI that has 5% or greater effectiveness to that constraint. And they studied POI.
Thank you.
This is Brian with PG&E, or I'm sorry, with SE Global again. On that on the constraint maps that were published, just to be sure I'm reading those right. So everything within those bubbles are constrained buses. Is that correct?
Yes, more or less. There could be some exceptions, but that is the idea of showing that boundary, that most of those POI within that boundary will be constrained, will be effective to that constraint, so 5% effective to that constraint.
Okay, so they would have some challenges with deliverability and probably be subject to AD&Us.
If that corresponding constraint does not have available TPD, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we do have a lot of questions in queue, team. We are doing okay in timing, so we're going to go ahead and take those. Sangzi from GridBright, please go ahead for your question on zonal approach.
Hi, Binay. Just want to ask you your all the capability numbers, allocate TPD, available TPD, there in terms of the install capacity, right? Not the technology neutral study amount.
No, it's latter. It's based on the study amount, not the install
Okay.
capacity. Yeah.
So if I have a solar project, solar only project, then when you do the intake process, you will apply the factor, the study amount factor for the solar, so it counts much less than the full project.
That's
Okay.
right. Yes.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, next we do have Eddie from Parse Energy.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, it sounds like the ISO is going to provide a lot of information to the interconnection customers. Can we get a table at the end of the proposal list of all the information you're going to provide and by what date and who's going to use it and so on? I think that's going to be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you put that in your written comments so that, we can look into that.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. For next, we do have Susan Schneider from Phoenix Consulting. Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I wanted to second Eddie's request, but that wasn't why I got in queue. But I think it's a very good idea. The question I had was, and maybe this is obvious, I'm not sure, but for the energy only projects where you've got the reimbursement and non-reimbursement, if you want me to defer this question, I will. But since you're talking about zones, are the zones for the projects seeking deliverability and for the energy only projects going to be, the boundaries going to be defined the same?
Yes, they'll be the same.
Okay. All right.
They are based off of the CPUC portfolios. And
okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Susan. And Eddie, make sure to submit that in your comments. Vanette is next. So he's from Clearwater Energy. Please go ahead.
On the individual cluster reports that CAISO will be releasing, it will be only the cluster 14 phase 2 redacted reports, or CAISO would also be publishing earlier cluster reports?
It's Jeff here. At this time right now, we're working on cluster 14 only at this time.
Okay. Second question on the zonal approach, where CAISO will be determining which zones will be TPD versus merchant. So looking at the capability estimates, some of the zones still have some available TPD left behind certain constraints. So is it that all the constraints in that particular zone, if they show 0 available TPD, then that zone would be made a merchant zone, or is it solely based on the portfolio and what's allocated? And if CAISO is planning to add like another row here where it states what has been allocated in a zone overall versus what CPUC portfolio has assigned in that zone.
Yeah, the merchant TPD designation will be based on the constraint. And what you said at the beginning is accurate. If none of the POI have available capacity, then it will be a merchant zone. Bob, want to add?
I just want to make sure I'm clear. As long as there are certain POIs that have capacity associated with those POIs, that whole zone will be a TPD option zone, even if there are certain POIs that, based on the constraints they're behind, have no capacity. So basically, we're defaulting to the amount of capacity that's available behind some number of POIs, even though there will be some POIs that could likely not have any capacity behind them. So the default is there capacity behind certain POIs within a zone, not is the default if there are certain POIs that have no capacity.
Okay, next we do have Alexi from AES Clean Energy.
Alexi, your line is unmuted. You can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Yes, I have a quick question regarding the zonal approach, and I'm not sure. For me, it's a bit unclear. Basically, if the zonal approach is based on TPDs that is available behind the constraint, and only that dictates the preferred zones, are these zones going to change based on the results of the 2024 TPD allocation process, since some of the TPD is going to be allocated, so there might no longer be any TPD available across the constraint?
Yeah, the answer is yes. So it's possible that through post 2024 TPD allocation process, that certain zones may get fully allocated and become merchant zones. And there'll also be obviously zones that will still be TPD allocation zones, but the amount of capacity in those zones will be diminished. So it will be definitely impacted by the allocation process each year. And in particular for cluster 15, the allocation process of this year will impact those, what actually will be able to be accepted to be studied in cluster 15.
Okay, thank you so much for confirming my understanding.
Okay, Vinay has a follow-up question from earlier. Go ahead.
Hi, on the in the spreadsheet where it has available TPD megawatt numbers. If I, let's say, look at like PG&E NGBA area, there are many areas with more than 0 available TPD. So if the spreadsheet is to stay just like this, does that mean PG&E NGBA will not be merchant zone?
Yes.
And I know it will, okay. So as long as there is a single constraint which has more than 0 megawatt, or I think there was a mention of like 50 megawatt in the proposal. So as long as it's greater than 50 for even a single constraint in that given zone, it will still be, the whole zone will be a TPD zone, correct?
Oh, I should clarify my yes response. You cannot really tell just by looking at constraint because there are overlaps. So even though one constraint shows available capacity, you really have to look at POI behind it. The same POI may be behind a constraint that has no capacity. So he has to look at POI by POI. You can't really tell just by looking at the constraint.
I see, but then how do you declare a zone, the whole zone, as merchant or non-merchant? Because eventually it comes down to POI by POI, isn't it?
Yes, so that's what we said. A zone will be merchant if all the studied POI are behind the constraints such that there's no available capacity, then that zone will become a merchant.
I see. And that cutoff right now, what Kaiso is proposing is 50 megawatt, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so last, we have one question. Narita from PG&E had if TPD zones could have certain substations with no available TPD, how would projects connecting to those substations be evaluated?
Can you repeat that, or where is that question? If I can read it.
Yeah, you can, I have it above on the screen on chat. If TPD zones could have certain substations with no available TPD, would projects connecting to those substations be evaluated?
No.
Yeah, this is Bob. I'm not sure what page of the proposal is, but we have a listing of the steps that we go through in evaluating each of the interconnection requests that we receive. And if a project is seeking to be studied in a zone that has available capacity, one of the tests that we're going to do is check the POI of the project to determine if it has available capacity or not. And if the answer is you're in a TPD option zone, but your POI is actually behind constraints that have no capacity to make your project deliverable, then your project will not be studied.
Okay, thank you. So are we go to slide 13, team? No more questions. Oh, we did get one question pop up. Shushan, go ahead and please introduce yourself.
Bob, I think on your clarification that if you are in a TPD zone, but your POI is behind a 0 TPD constraint, you will not be studied. In that case, does that POI get a merchant option?
No, the answer is no. That we do this by zone, whether it's a TPD
okay.
option or a merchant option, it's by zone, not by POI.
So if you are in a TPD zone, but your POI is behind that bad constraint, it's just bad luck. But if you're in a merchant zone, does it mean that each POI in a merchant zone has to be behind at least one constraint with less than 50 megawatt TPD available? Is it the right way to read it?
I would say that, well, first of all, let me just say that, part of the readiness process that we are going through, where we're doing the scoring and so forth for projects, that we're expecting that interconnection customers are going to be doing some level of analysis to be able to determine if there's capacity behind the POI they want to select. And then if you are in a merchant zone, regardless of the POI that you choose, you are in a merchant zone. And, there could be less than 50 megawatts that might be available in that zone, but, and there may be, I know, certain cases where I don't think there will be any cases. I'm not sure. I'd have to leave it to Benet that there might be, someone might just find a particular spot within a merchant zone and find that they don't need an ADNU. I suppose that's possible. But for the most case, that's not going to be the case.
Thanks.
Okay. So we can go ahead and slide 14. We do have hard copies for those who are on site here today. And also for those who are seeing this on the slide deck, you can use the zoom in function on top of the plus or minus. So you can zoom in through all the text here, but it's also available on the website as a download as a PDF.
So this is Bob Emerald. I'll be presenting the next few slides here. And we want to just touch base on this schedule that is projected here. In that the primary thing we want to demonstrate is we did change the date for the TPD allocation affidavit timeframe. And we adjusted that so that the period where you submit your affidavit and we validate the affidavits, and so that the point where the affidavits are validated is at the same time that the ISO Board of Governors will approve the annual transmission plan, so that when we go into the TPD allocation studies, we'll be able to take into account the latest transmission projects that have been approved by the board in that May. So that we aligned that before the opening of the next window. We set this up to where once those studies are done and interconnection customers are receiving their results for that allocation study, and the report comes out, that customers will have a couple months between that point in time and when the next cluster window opens to evaluate and confirm how they may want to move forward with their particular projects. And it also aligns with the TPD allocation heat map that will be coming out following the allocation study. So that's the primary thing we wanted to discuss related to the schedule. The rest of the schedule is based on the FERC Order 2023. And so for the most part, we are not going to be seeking to make any changes to that schedule. We've looked at it pretty hard. We've had discussions with the PTOs and really feel that FERC is really not going to give us any leeway to add more time to that study schedule. So we're anticipating that we're going to basically comply with the FERC schedule for doing the studies. It may be difficult to see it, but starting in early 2027, starts the study process where the first process is the cluster study that identifies interconnection facilities, reliability network upgrades, and deliverability network upgrades that are needed for projects during the cluster study. And then we have an optional restudy that takes place based on withdrawals from the customer or from the queue. If it turns out that no project withdrawal at that point in time, we don't actually have to perform the restudy, but that's according to the FERC order. But our restudy is going to be one of the areas that we are going to ask for a bit of an independent entity variation. Is we're going to continue to do restudies the way we do them now, which is more than just looking at the current cluster. We're looking at withdrawals and how it impacts other clusters as well. So from our perspective, we're planning to basically have that restudy every year to perform that function. And then further to the right in 2028 is the interconnection facility studies. And what that does is it provides more granular and more accurate cost estimates for the interconnection facilities that were identified and costed out within the cluster study, but FERC wants a process to where those facilities are looked at again and provided a more accurate cost estimate for those cost studies. And then finally, on the far right, in kind of a red shade, is the point at which the GIA would be tendered and negotiated. I also will note that within the cluster 17 schedule, that's kind of in that blue shaded area in the bottom half, it shows that when the allocation affidavits are due prior to cluster 17, cluster 16 are still within the study process. So they would not be able to seek an allocation at that point in time. The first opportunity for cluster 16 to actually seek an allocation would be in 2028 in the in the March timeframe to align with cluster 18 when its windows are opening. So are there any questions related to this?
There was a question in the chat. We can go ahead and take that from Nico's B. Does this mean that the QC 16 will open in October 2026, or is there a chance that they could open in earlier in 2026?
According to this schedule, what we are planning to propose to FERC is that cluster 16 window would open in, make sure I got the right date here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is October. Yes. Yeah, at the very beginning of October.
Silas, can you confirm if there's any questions in queue?
We have one question in queue from Vineet right now.
Vineet, go ahead. Introduce yourself too.
Hi, Vineet from Clearway. So looking at the schedule for 2026, so in May, like middle of May, when TPD affidavits and validations are done, and the allocation study begins, that's also when the TPP is approved at the beginning of the TPD allocation study. So will CAISO model those TPP upgrades in the allocation study? Is that the motive behind?
Exactly. That's the intent, is that once we put it there so that we could incorporate whatever new transmission projects were approved by the board that year, so that those would be included in the TPD allocation studies.
I see. Okay. And the reason why the schedule starts 2026 instead of 2025, which is next allocation cycle, is it because the 2025 TPD allocation will be discussed in track 3 rather than here?
Well, it's mainly because we're still working through everything within our FERC filing for our compliance, and we just weren't ready to quite put the whole full-blown schedule out for cluster 15. Cluster 15 will be essentially kind of a transition cluster. And as such, we have some leeway with FERC to be able to adjust things, not do things exactly in accordance with their FERC Order 2023 timeline. So it's things that we're still kind of trying to refine and make sure we've got it right and how we want to put it in our compliance findings, so we didn't put the whole thing here. But we did want to put out for cluster 16 because that is basically set by FERC Order 2023, and without, we'd have to ask for an independent entity variation to change that, which we don't think we'd be successful at. So we put out a schedule for cluster 16 and beyond because it's basically known. I will point out that the cluster window and then what's called the customer exchange window, we did modify that from the FERC order. It's the same number of days to complete from opening window to closing the customer exchange window. It's the same number of days, but we're going to go ahead and ask FERC for us to continue to do our interconnection request window in a 15-day period, the way we've been doing it for a number of years, and then take the extra time that would have been as part of the window process and put it into the customer exchange window. So just wanted to point out that is a difference from the FERC order.
Okay, got it. And a second is just a comment, but as far as I read through the proposal, I didn't see anywhere that it mentioned that even if you're in TPD zones, apart from scoring, anything else can get you kicked out. But it seems like if you are behind a bad POI, you will still get kicked out of the study. So if it's not already there, probably I recommend that there is some clarifying language in that. And also in terms of publishing the TPD, available TPD POI by POI basis, I heard that it's going to be done sometime in July after the May 31st allocation. So I think given that risk, I would suggest that if CAISO can do it earlier, that would be really appreciated, but we'll put that in comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I also provided today's attendance sheet on the chat, as well as the link to this timeline. Feel free to open that up, and you can also zoom in. At this time, I think if the team likes to go, if there's any more questions on the timeline, let us know. This is the time. Is there anyone in the room? Seeing no questions in the room, team would like to go to the next.
Okay, so this slide gives a high-level look at how we handle and the issues related to projects that are seeking full capacity delivery status, partial capacity delivery status, and energy only. So all projects must meet the same site control requirements and provide the same fees and study deposits. So regardless of the type of project you're putting in, we're not changing any of those components that are required for an interconnection customer. And for full capacity and partial capacity projects interconnecting to a TPD option zone, those projects will go through the scoring process and compete to be studied. Projects that are seeking to be studied within the merchant zones, they do not have to be scored. Projects that are have co-located technologies, they're going to be studied or scored as a single project. We're not going to be breaking projects into different technology components to be able to score those. So we'll be looking at those as a holistic project. And then finally, scoring of the various projects is going to be based on the 150% capacity limitation for the zone that they are in. And it's going to be different for various zones, whether you're in the TPD option zone, we'll be looking at the amount of capacity available for deliverability. And if you're in an energy only available zone, we'll be looking at the amount of capacity that's in the CPUC portfolio for energy only projects and be using 150% of that number.
We do have a question from Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consult.
Well, let's wait until we go through the next slide as well. And then I want to get into the energy only projects. And so energy only projects will have two options for interconnection. There's a reimbursement option and a non-reimbursement option. And the reimbursement option is for projects seeking to interconnect in zones where the CPUC portfolio has identified the need for energy only resources. And those projects are eligible for reimbursement of their cost responsibility for network upgrades, and they will compete to be studied using the same scoring metrics that are used for the full capacity delivery study projects. However, we'll be only comparing project scores within an energy only grouping against energy only projects. So they're only competing amongst themselves as energy only. There was a lot of comments that people were concerned that if they had to try to get studied and compete to be studied based on scoring again, and they were scored against full capacity projects, that a lot of stakeholders felt that it would be unlikely that an energy only project would ever, or at least rarely make it into the study process. So we made this change so that we're basing them on the percentage. The 150% is based on the portfolio for energy only projects, and energy only projects will compete through the scoring process only with other energy only projects. And then for non-reimbursement option, this is for all other energy only resources that seek to interconnection zones that the CPUC portfolio has not identified the need for energy only resources, or also interconnection in a reimbursement zone. Energy only projects can come into a zone that it actually has capacity under the TPD process. But if they choose to do that, they will be studied without having to be scored, and they will not be eligible for reimbursement of the cost for RNUs. So this particular option is really designed to allow open access to where energy only projects can seek to interconnect anywhere. We didn't feel it was appropriate to close the door, but we really felt that that the CPUC portfolio really ought to be the guiding light for the amount and locations of energy only projects that would be procured. And but we didn't want to totally shut the door to projects that seek to interconnect in a different zone, particularly when you start thinking about other projects that are really outside of the CPUC process, such as a NEM project, where it's outside at least the portfolio process, where a NEM project may want to put in a project that needs to be studied, but it could actually be in a situation where it doesn't actually have any reliability network upgrades, and it doesn't even have any interconnection facilities that it needs to be built. So those projects can actually be successful in this mode. So with that, let's open it up for questions.
Okay, let's go ahead and take Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting, go first.
Hi. Yeah, I'm going to clarify or preface this by saying I'm not sure this question makes sense, but did you think about for the energy only projects, this is sort of, this whole thing is a new framework in terms of relying on the CPUC mapping, basically. And so there's not a lot of time to flesh it out, given this is a final proposal. But my question is whether, did you consider using the same standard rather than using the CPUC resource portfolio, did you consider using the same standard as for projects seeking deliverability, where you look at the ability, the ability to connect or the available capacity for energy-only projects in zones, and you get 150% of that instead of 150% of the CPUC portfolio number?
And Susan, I'm not sure what capacity you would base an energy-only project on, since they don't need any deliverability network upgrades. So you'd only be basing them based on the RNUs that are available, and
Yeah.
that is so site-specific, the RNUs that might be needed. So, that would be very difficult to perform something like that. And I think the other side of that is that the energy-only projects that are really going to have the greatest ability to be successful are those that are in the CPUC portfolio, where the jurisdictional load-serving entities actually have requirements to, at some point in time, start procuring some energy-only projects. Under the current paradigm that we are in, the load-serving entities just aren't procuring energy-only projects, and the mandates for procurement for the jurisdictional load-serving entities at this point in time require full capacity delivery status. So it's really kind of a future situation that eventually we'll find ourselves in, to where I assume the CPUC will start to give orders to actually procure energy-only resources, but only in the zones where they demonstrate within their portfolio that energy-only resources are needed.
Okay, well, I think that makes sense. With one follow-up question. So if you're looking only at the CPUC portfolios and not, and when you've made a lot of, there's a lot of verbiage in here about considering non-CPUC entities and their needs and all that. To the extent that if you're looking only at the CPUC volumes for energy only, and not at energy only needs that other LSEs might have that are not CPUC jurisdictional for RECs and their own renewables goals, wouldn't this sort of be a bit of an underestimate for the CAISO area as a whole in terms of what would really be needed?
Well, from my perspective, Susan, is I don't think that at least we currently don't see any lack of energy-only projects within the queue. So I don't think there's ever going to be a lack of energy-only projects for entities that are non-CPUC jurisdictional to choose from within the queue, for them to decide, I want to actually procure a studied project that's energy-only.
Well, there's no lack of projects generally in the queue. So, I mean, I guess, so, okay. Well, I mean, I guess I would ask you to think about that a little bit, because, either scaling it up to look at the proportion of CPUC covered load versus the other, the total loads or something like that. It just seems like just relying on the CPUC portfolio, as opposed to your deliverability needs, where you're going to be taking account the non-CPUC jurisdictional entities, might be somewhat limiting for this kind of thing. So we'll put that comment in our comments.
And so, just to speak to that a bit, for the projects that are seeking full capacity delivery status, we are working with the non-jurisdictional load-serving entities to make sure they give us their resource plans, so that we can study those projects and make sure that if they need some additional area deliverability network upgrades, but those that come through the transmission plan, that those type of projects can actually be put into their transmission plan and approved by the ISO board as policy-driven upgrades, so that they're covered just as the CPUC jurisdictional entities are as well. And they have that same opportunity if they feel that they want to have some energy-only projects available to them that are in zones different than the portfolio. They can provide that information to the ISO as well in their resource plans, and we can take that into consideration again.
Okay, so that makes sense. So you aren't necessarily limiting it at this point to the CPUC portfolio if you get some information from non-CPUC entities that, non-CPUC jurisdictional entities, that they are interested in, have some interest in energy-only resources, and perhaps some location for where those might go.
Yeah, I think that's something that we'll have to elaborate a little bit better than we have to date.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
So are there any questions in the room before we take on the WebEx queue? Right, Brian, go ahead.
Brian was the global again. So Bob, is this the right time to ask the question about the study deposit for energy only non-reimbursable projects? And I also want to confirm that a project like that, as I read the proposal, they're able to get into the study regardless.
That's correct. If you are wanting to move forward as a non-reimbursement option, those projects do not have to put in any extra sort of a deposit in order to do that. The deposit is only based on towards an AD&U that a merchant project would be seeking to have built for them. They're saying, a merchant project is basically saying, I'm willing to pay for a merchant project in an area that I know I'm going to need a merchant project built for me. And so I think my project is going to be viable in that mode, and I'm willing to put up money at the very beginning of that process with their interconnection request to start making posting towards that particular AD&U. There is no equivalent to that for an energy-only project.
Okay, so energy-only project seeking non-reimbursable path is going to be allowed into the study, and just confirm for me, what is their study deposit?
Same as everybody else.
10,000 per megawatt?
No,
that's only for
well,
the AD&U.
it's going to be based on the FERC Order 2023 structure for study deposits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a lot of questions coming up on the WebEx. How does the team like to go ahead? Just go ahead and take them all.
Yeah.
I'll remind everyone.
job.
Okay, just to keep your comments brief and make sure it's about the topics that are happening at this few slides, and do not advance with further questions for later slides. So, but first we do have Tony Zimmer, and he's from Northern California Power Agency. Silas, did he drop his hand down?
Yes, he dropped his hand from the queue. Tony, if you can raise your hand back up, I'll unmute your line.
Okay, sounds good.
I think my prior comment
Awesome.
probably answered this question.
Jasmine, AES, go ahead.
Hi there, thank you. This is Jasmine Guan from AES Clean Energy. I just wanted to clarify the methodology of figuring out what the 150% cap is for energy only. So are you guys going to take the CPUC portfolio, figure out where the energy only need is in each one of those zones, and then just multiply it by 150%?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, next we do have a question in the queue from Sangzi from Grid Bright. It reads on here, is there RNU reimbursement cap or reimbursement option EO?
Yes, we have an RNU reimbursement cap for all projects. So it's not going to be any different for energy-only projects, other than the fact that if you are in a non-reimbursement area, then you won't get reimbursed at all for RNUs.
Next, we have a question from Betty Bong, and she's from Spearmint Energy. Confirm merchant projects will or will not receive reimbursements for RNUs. Proposal only clarify ADNUs are eligible for CORs. LDNUs are eligible for reimbursement but doesn't specify RNUs.
You've basically gone through a slide that I'll be going through later this afternoon. So the answer is yes.
Yes. So we'll go through that slide. Thank you. And then lastly, Portia Awau. The non-reimbursement option for energy-only resources only allows interconnection in zones where the CPUC has not identified a need for energy-only resources. While this approach provides flexibility, it could potentially lead to a concentration of energy-only projects in certain areas. How will CAISO assess the system-wide impacts for these non-reimbursement energy projects, and what measures will be in place to ensure grid stability and reliability?
Well, the same way we do with all projects, we'll study it and make sure that the upgrades that are needed to make the system reliable are in place, and those projects will be paying for those upgrades.
Great, thank you. And Portia's from Fervo Energy. Okay, next we can go with Michael Berger. Please introduce yourself in the queue.
Hi there, Mike Berger from Intersect Power. I have a two-part question, and they're both related. On the LSE allocation of points for the commercial interest scoring criteria, which affects energy only, but also.
Well, can I interrupt you right here? We're coming up right next is Danielle's going to be going through the scoring criteria. So if you've got questions about scoring criteria, if you could hold off on that, that would be appreciated.
Okay, can do.
Okay, next we do have Sangzi from Great Bright. I think you have a follow-up question to Bob's response earlier.
I have a follow-up question. Actually, the zonal capacity, the zonal yield megawatt month. So Bob, you mentioned it's 150% of the portfolio. Then, like will you subtract the existing energy only projects already in the earlier cluster?
We debated that and decided not to do that at this time.
Okay. So it will not accumulate every year. You just use the.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Every cluster. So, and so there's, in my opinion, there won't be any shortage of energy only projects through this process.
And the next we have Virginia Gross from SCE. Go ahead.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to ask questions. I have two questions or clarifications rather. When on slide 16, when you said that the EO project will be scored against EO projects, so are you saying that they will not count towards the 150% cap that we have been discussing until now for the other type of projects?
Right, that's correct. We did pivot on this proposal from what was in the prior proposal, so that in the prior proposal, energy-only projects would be coming into the zones with other projects in the TPD option zones and be scored together with those projects seeking full capacity delivery status. But based on stakeholder comments, we've quite a large number of commenters were saying that they didn't think that was going to be a viable project for energy-only projects. So what we did was modified our proposal to look at the 150% for energy-only projects based on the portfolio. So they'll be kind of considered as their own. It'll be the same zones, the same topology of the zones, but we'll be kind of doing a different calculation for the zones based on the amount of energy-only projects the portfolio has in those zones. And then the energy-only projects will be using the same scoring criteria, but they're only competing amongst themselves, amongst other energy-only projects. So they're not going to have to compete to be studied against full capacity delivery status projects in their scores.
Okay, got you. Okay, thanks. That helps. And the other question I have is actually on the previous slide when you talk about the co-located projects. So you're saying they're going to be scored as a single aggregated project. So like how, I mean, can you expand on that? Like, for example, like, how would you do that? Like if, do you have an energy only maybe on the PV and then a BESS project that wants to have full deliverability? How is that going to be working?
Well, the scoring criteria is really agnostic to technology. So if a project has multiple technologies, that really doesn't play into the scoring process. The only place that there could be something of interest that could play out where a load serving entity that may be seeking to select a particular project, but only wants to select a certain component of the project. Well, in that case, the points that they would be getting for that project would only be based on the capacity associated with the technology they're choosing as compared to the full capacity of the entire project. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay, well, thank you, Bob. Yeah, I have to think on that one. I don't know, but thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, so just a reminder, just a few questions, keep them brief so we can move along. Susan Snyder, I think your hand is raised again. Let's go ahead and take your question.
No, actually, my hand was there from before. I apologize. I did not put it down. It usually goes down by itself.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Aisha, from Recurrent Energy, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. One question for Binay. For the projects that will be basically, if we have to determine if our POI lies in this zone where our project could potentially be a energy only project, which version of the CPUC portfolio, RP portfolio plan should we look at? Like, if I recall, the last one was in August last year, but will KAISO be publishing that along with the updated transmission capability information in July? Or like, could you share like which version should we refer to for this specific, identifying whether our project will lie in this specific category or not?
Yeah, we'll be using the most recent TPC provided portfolio.
Okay, so we should be looking on the CPUC website for that. KAISO won't necessarily publish that along with the transmission capability information in July.
Yeah, you can put that in your comment, but it's publicly available from CPUC, so you can just get it from CPUC
Sure.
website.
Sounds good. And Bob, is now a good time to ask question on which format will the three categories be studied in, or we'll still getting to that slide?
Well, this is Bob. I'm not sure what your question
Yeah,
relates
I'll
to.
repeat my question, sorry. So I wanted to ask, like, for projects that are, like FCDS in TPD option zone, FCDS in merchant zone, and energy only, these three categories, will they be studied simultaneously, or will they be like a, one after the other kind of format? Just want to get a sense of between June next year and end of next year, when we expect all the studies to finish up, will all three categories be done with their studies and reports will come out, or first will be like the ones that are FCDS in TPD option zones, and then it'll be merchant, and then it'll be energy only? Just trying to get a sense of like how will the studies be conducted for these three categories?
Yeah, so this has been improvised. So we'll be studying everything simultaneously. We don't have time based on the work order to do it in a serial fashion. That's the one reason we are segregating merchant zone with the TPD zone, so that we can study everything at once simultaneously.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's really the way that we do it now, which even includes the WDAP projects for reliability and deliverability if they request it. So everybody, all the projects are, even though some of them will come through a WDAP process and some come through the ISO interconnection process, they're all studied within the same studies.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful.
We just got one more question in queue. Jenny Mueller from Utility Systems Efficiencies. Go ahead for a quick question.
Hi, Jenny Mueller, Utility System Efficiencies. I was going to save this question for later, but you just touched on it. Binay, you mentioned that all of the studies would be run simultaneously. My question is relating to the base cases used for study. Are they two separate sets of cases, one for merchant and one for non-merchant? And if so, how do you see cost allocation going with two separate cases? Or
I won't get into the cost allocation part, but the base case, we don't see need for creating a separate base case to study merchant project versus the TPD project.
Okay, thank you.
They're two separate zones, so each zone will have its own study. And so all of the merchant projects will be studied together in their zones, and all of the TPD option projects will be studied together within their zones. So there's no need to have more than one base case or more than one study.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I just sometimes generators within certain zones are effective on other zones. So I was just trying to get wrap my brain around how that would all work. But I think I understand what you're saying, a separate case for each zone. And then you guys kind of go from there. Thanks.
Okay, if there's no further questions, we can go move along to slide 17.
Okay, so this process describes our interconnection request intake process. It may look familiar to what we talked about a few iterations of the proposal ago, but with some I think additional detail and modifications. So the first step of the process is obviously that we'll release the information that Vinay just explained to you to make sure that you have all the information that you need to work within the zonal approach. Then upon opening of the interconnection request window, we will verify that the interconnection customers meet all interconnection request requirements. The interconnection customers will submit their own self-scoring assessment to the ISO. They will also submit, LSEs will also submit project selections to the ISO within 10 days after the close of the interconnection window. So that's all kind of within that interconnection window process, or 10 days after. And then after that, the ISO will move forward with verification of TPD versus merchant options. And so at this point, the ISO will check project POIs to confirm TPD, whether they're in the merchant or TPD zones. And projects with POIs with some available transmission capacity or behind no known constraints will move forward to the scoring process. From there, the site control validation, scoring, and ranking process, the ISO will validate projects for site control, and then we will score projects by combining the interconnection customer self-assessment with the LSE's scoring selections to come up with a total score for each project. Then we move to the constraint analysis, which our engineers will conduct, where ISO engineers will determine which projects are eligible for study based on that 150% of available planned transmission capacity limitation. We'll resolve ties, as I think you all are aware, by conducting an analysis of distribution factors, and the projects with the lowest distribution factors will advance. And then we'll resolve any remaining ties after that with the sealed bid market clearing auction. Successful projects rather will advance to the study process. And then from there, we'll follow the timelines indicated in Order 2023. Next slide, please. So I just want to kind of explain a little bit of analysis that we did behind the 150% zonal limitation cap. We did, as I think many of you are aware, issue a Cluster 15 survey to Cluster 15 interconnection customers, and looked at those results based on the scoring criteria. So it was basically a survey that would look similar to what the proposed scoring rubric would look like, and that was the draft final proposal that we used for the survey. On that, we did receive, 183 projects responded, or interconnection customers responded, for roughly 77,000 megawatts. So we did get some indicative information about anticipated scores. Of course, all of this was sort of speculative based on project status now and is subject to change. So we didn't want to publish that just because of some sensitivities there. We did look at that information. In addition, our engineers completed a test of the Cluster 15 interconnection requests using this constraint check process, and then applying scores to the projects, and then looking at the scores plus the constraints, and selecting the projects that would move forward to the study under the 150% limitation. What we found was that this did get us the results that we feel are appropriate, that do enable further competition, especially when you look at projects that are in the queue, but also that get the study level down to a manageable number of projects. So we went from 508 projects down to 112 when both the scoring and the tests were applied. This is a more manageable number, as I mentioned, and I think also, reflects that those projects that do move forward should be aligned with the resource portfolios. Of course, these numbers are subject to change when everything is a little more baked with projects. It is important to note that in this test run, the distribution factors tie was only used to resolve one tie, and there was no need to proceed to an auction. So there were no ties within zones after the distribution factor was applied. I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
We do have Sanji. Oh, what's yours? Sanji from GridBright, I believe.
Hi, Songje Zhu from GridBright or Calvia. For this QC15 test, what's your assumption for QC14? Did you assume they use the capacity or not?
So this analysis is just isolated to cluster 15 projects. So it's independent of cluster 15.
At 115% zonal limitation, you have to assume some project already use some of the capacity, right? So you can get the available capacity. So
Yeah,
for that purpose.
Yeah, Sanjay, it's based on the amount of allocation that we've done to date. So it's,
Okay.
so if any,
So QC40 is not
any
part
prior
of that.
cluster got an allocation of which cluster 14 has yet to receive any allocations, it's only based on those that actually have received an allocation. So again, as it was stated earlier, that once the allocations are done for cluster 14, that will impact the amounts of available capacity and what the number of the 150% is going into cluster 15.
So that 112 could be much, much lower after the QC14 allocation. Is that
Yes, that's
right?
possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there's no more questions. Are there any in the room? Okay, so we are moving to the next topic. It's coming up, prioritization of projects advancing to study process.
Thanks, Brenda. So this hasn't changed significantly. Criteria, as we have discussed, are designed to seek both objectivity and granularity in the scores. We did make some small changes to the actual scoring indicators, but for the most part, the ranking and the weighting of each of these categories of indicators has stayed the same. And just to maybe provide a little more detail on that, we did get a lot of stakeholder comment on this topic. We got a lot of stakeholder comments arguing that we should move some weights up, and we got other stakeholder comments arguing that we should move those same weights down. So we kind of left it close to where it was in the draft final proposal, just for clarity, because we feel that this is an appropriate balance, but understand that this will affect every project differently as well. These projects, as you know, the criteria will be used to advance projects up to the 150% limit to the study process, and a project that crosses the 150% line or limitation will be studied in its entirety. That's not a change from the draft final proposal. Next slide, please. So the first item is commercial interest or LSE interest. So we've had, within the commercial interest category, we have a category, a specific indicator for the LSE allocations. This is a process very similar to what we proposed in the draft final proposal, but we did make a couple of adjustments. Namely, we changed the weighting factor from 35% to 50%. So essentially what we'll do is we'll allocate capacity to different LSEs based on the total available capacity within that portfolio. And then so that we're not enabling every project in the queue to get an allocation, we would reduce that by 50%. So there's sort of some level of scarcity of LSE capacity to be allocated. I'll just say, I'm trying to be very disciplined about not calling these allocations points, because there's a conversion over from the capacity allocations to points in this process. So Bob can kick me under the table if I say points incorrectly, but we're talking about capacity allocations here because that aligns with project sizes as well. So we have this process interconnection within the commercial interest category, interconnection customers can only receive 100 points. So if they get 100 points for their capacity allocation, they cannot also get the 25 points for commercial offtake. If we see that a project does have both, we would kind of knock that back down to 100 points. And this is because 100 points should indicate that there's a strong interest in that project and shouldn't need the additional points to move forward. And it also indicates that the project would be potentially oversubscribed.
Danielle, this is Bob. Based on a prior question, if multiple LSEs choose to allocate their capacity toward the same project, that project would still only get 100 points.
Thank you. Okay. We had some questions I know on the schedule, and maybe this is going to come back up, but we do plan to provide LSEs with a form to fill out to assign their capacity allocations, which will then be translated to points to the desired interconnection requests. And we have extended the time frame for LSEs to do this by 10 days. So in the draft final proposal, it was actually that we wanted this information at the close of the interconnection request period. I know that's still incredibly tight. We did understand that there's a need to have some time after the interconnection request window to make sure that all the data is accurate and correct, and the projects that you thought were going to get interconnection get into the queue are in there, and to do some of that lining up of projects. But really, we're expecting most of the work here is done prior to the interconnection window, with interconnection customers participating in RFIs, with LSEs holding RFIs, and engaging in bilateral conversations as well. I see a couple questions, so I'll stop there.
We do have questions, so let's take Mansoor from WAPA. Please go ahead.
Quick question. I apologize. Probably this was already asked several times, but just for me to learn something. This 150%, can somebody explain in plain English what this means?
I'm sorry, I missed the end of your question. You want someone to explain
50%, what this means, 100% of what in this zone? Capacity, what capacity? Transmission capacity, all combined. Can you please explain just in very simple terms what this means? Thank you.
150% of the available capacity behind each constraint. Does that answer?
Is there any like example or some simple numbers I can understand it?
Yeah, so if you got a chance to look at what we posted yesterday as a part of the data availability, there's a spreadsheet which we started from the POI metrics, part of the transmission capability estimate package that was provided to CPUC. So we started with that, and we added a few more information in regards to what are the TPD allocated and what's the TPD available. So we're talking about TPD available number in that spreadsheet, and we'll be using 150% of those when we check for the as an intake process for the project to move forward to the study process. So 150% of those numbers that are in there identified as available TPD.
Thank you, Vinny. And then where is it posted?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You said there was some Excel. Where is that posting? Where I need to go to get it?
The same page, the initiative page where all the other presentation and the final proposals are posted.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, next, it looks like Vineet has a question, or was that just Vineet?
Yeah, one question on the 150% capacity. I know that available TPD is posted for each constraint, but if I understand correctly, the 150% is based on the zonal capacity, like the overall. So are you going to add another row to it to say this is like the zonal capacity, and then 150% of that will be used to come up with a cutoff?
No, there is no zonal capacity. It's all based on constraint and 150% of the available capacity behind each constraint. Bob, you want to add something?
Yeah, I will just say that we probably weren't as clear as we could have been at the initial part of this whole process. And part of it is just as we worked through it and really kind of nailed down how we're actually going to implement this, it became clear we really couldn't come up with one number per zone to actually base the 150% on. So it just is much cleaner for us to do it on a constraint by constraint basis using the amount of available capacity associated with each constraint. So there is no one number for each zone. It would really be kind of a fictitious number even if we came up with one.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And yeah, that's what I would imagine. Another question on the LSE interest, and if a project gets points from two different LSEs, so for example, a 200 megawatt project gets two LSEs showing interest in full 200 megawatt. So essentially it has a 400 megawatt interest from LSE. I understand the project still ends up getting 100 points for LSE interest and not like 200, but when it comes back, because both of the LSEs have used their capacity, like that they were allocated based on their load share. Does CAISO go back to both the LSEs and ask one of them to reduce it back, or both the LSEs would lose out on 200 megawatt each of allocated capacity?
Yeah, we just don't have time to go do a back and forth on that. So both of those, both of the LSEs would award those points to the project. The project would receive, sorry, both of those LSEs would award their capacity to the project. The project would receive 100 points and then move forward. And if, you know, this is somewhat of a factor of weighting, but it's also part of the design of the scoring process where, you know, the projects with the highest scores move forward. There's no minimum score or maximum score or score requirement. So that just means additional projects would be able to move forward into the study process as well.
And this is Bob Merritt. I'll just add that based on input from smaller entities, that smaller entities can actually aggregate the capacity that they're allocated so that they could give it towards a particular project. For example, if there's a 100 megawatt project out there and there are 5 small entities that each get 20 megawatts to allocate, that they could come together and say, we're going to all throw in our 20 megawatts together for a particular project to be able to allocate all up to 100 megawatts of a 100 megawatt project. That makes sense. So basically the small entities can aggregate together. But if they threw in 150 megawatts towards a 100 megawatt project, a project would only still get 100 points.
I see. Okay, so essentially, if two LSEs choose the same project, they lose on their allocated capacity. There's no redistribution.
If more than 100% of that project's capacity is allocated, then yes. Okay. But if they're under the capacity, then that project moves forward and those capacity allocations are still meaningful from the LSE.
Got it. Thank you.
Next, we do have Michael Berger from Intersect Power. I think he has a follow-up question from earlier.
Yep, thank you. For the LSE capacity allocations, are those being adjusted for resource type? So for instance, 100 megawatt solar facility, which you're only counting at what, 10% from a deliverability perspective, would that only need 10 megawatts of allocation to get its full 100 points, or are you requiring 100 megawatts of allocation for that solar facility?
Well, we haven't actually elaborated on that yet. So I think that's a refinement we'll have to come up with. So why don't you include that in your comments, and so that we'll make sure that we deal with that appropriately.
Okay. And
I would assume, though, based on Bené's earlier answer to a question, that they only evaluate the true capacity that a project impacts during time of peak conditions.
Right.
That we might consider just only need enough capacity for that particular test. So, but if you would put in your comments, we'll make sure to clarify that.
Okay. Yeah, and an extension of that question then is, when you start applying this scoring criteria to energy-only projects, those would essentially count as zero from that perspective. And so are you guys anticipating that LSEs would be allocating points to energy-only projects in the same way? And if you're going to apply what we just discussed, there wouldn't be a need to do that. And so the point differentiation may be a little odd for energy-only projects.
Yes, we'll have to clarify that as well.
Okay. And then very last part, again, one other thing to think about, I don't think you'll have an ability to tie break energy-only projects with a defects analysis, since you're not looking at those deliverability constraints either.
But we do put it in, we did in the proposal that if a number of projects were tied when we're, together, they would push us over the 150%. That will start with the smallest project and bring them in until we pass the 150%. So we do have a different methodology for energy-only projects.
Ah, got it. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, no more questions? Okay, go ahead.
There's a lot of questions, so let's go ahead with Eddie, because I think Bené already went. Eddie, Parks Energy, go ahead for a quick question.
Yes, I have a question about the allocation to LSCs based on load. Can you explain, is that a load forecast? Is that maximum load? How is that megawatt determined?
Every year, the CEC does its load forecast, and they give us an LSC by LSC load forecast that is utilized within our RA showing process to make sure that all the load serving entities are procuring enough RA to meet their obligations. So we're going to use that in those individual LSC load forecasts in this process.
Okay. Have you considered actually using the amount of energy that the LSCs serve? Because that's more an indication of how much resources they need.
No, we're planning to stick, since this is a capacity allocation process, that we feel it's best just to go with using the megawatts of their load. We did discuss that briefly, but we didn't make any changes. Okay.
The second question I have is, in terms of LSC evaluation of their interest in a project, is that determined, LSC by LSC as an internal matter, or is it something that would be publicized if they have a criteria, or is it purely discretionary?
So this is maybe in response to some of SCE's questions as well, but this is part of the reason that we had the language in there regarding LSEs, that LSEs may choose to run clear and transparent RFI processes leading up to the LSC allocation process, and that FERC jurisdictional LSEs may want to consider updating their tariffs to establish clear and fair processes. That was the reason. So the ISO is not going to get involved in their process for allocating capacity here, but we do understand that there's a desire from interconnection customers to have some guidance and understanding of what LSEs are looking for. And so we're recommending and hoping that there will be some sort of fair and transparent RFI process, or at least that LSEs will be clear about what they're looking for, so that you all can, so that interconnection customers can then structure, responses to RFIs and things like that accordingly.
Yeah, that's exactly the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
We do have a question in the chat from Jen Scott. If she can provide your affiliation, that'd be great. If a POI substations behind multiple constraint area zones, many that list available TPD capacity and some that list 0, how do you know which constraint area zone to use for the POI substation to understand that interconnection request will be scored and actually falls under merchant path from PG&E?
If a POI is behind multiple constraint and one of the constraint had 0 available capacity, like Bob responded earlier, the project connecting to that POI will not be studied. As long as there are other POIs where there is some capacity available, and because of which the zone is the TPD zone. I hope that answers.
Thank you. And then the next question we have is from Narita from PG&E. So you can evaluate the projects that would be studied. Would CAISO consider each substation capacities and include projects until it reaches 150% capacity of each substation's available capacity?
Not the substation available capacity, capacity behind the constraint.
Yeah, this, Bob, just to clarify, this is a test for deliverability, not for what's available at a particular substation. We do allow substations to be expanded, and if there are no more open positions, we do allow, new substations to be built. But what this whole process is about, whether there's enough capacity to make a project fully deliverable based on the amount of capacity within the deliverability network upgrades, the area deliverability network upgrades.
Okay, I think Narita wants to follow up on that response. Go ahead from PG&E.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I kind of wanted to clarify that when I said substation's capacity, I meant that the substation could be behind different constraints. So would you then consider the most limiting constraint?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we don't have any more questions. Thank you. Silas, can you confirm no audio questions? Oh, we just got one from Vinay. Let's go ahead and take Chris' quick question.
Hi, this is Vinny from Clearway. The criteria that is used to allocate capacity to each LSE seems to be 50% of total TPD capacity, the second bullet here. And I think in the example in the paper, it says assume a 25,000 available TPD, 50% of that is 12,500, and which is then allocated to all the LSEs. How does CAISO make determination of 25,000 available capacity if given CAISO has to go constraint by constraint and they cannot really come up with a single number even for a zone? How does that translate to LSE's allocation? Because as I understand, there cannot be a single number of available TPD, let alone for a zone.
So I think that the calculation used to allocate capacity for the scoring process is not directly correlated megawatt for megawatt with the actual TPD. It's used as a way to gauge interest in a relative manner rather than a capacity by capacity, rather than a megawatt per megawatt means. I don't know if that answers your question, but this is more of a art than a science, I think here.
But there is a starting number, right, though, where of which 50% is calculated off?
Yes, the starting number is based on the portfolio number, which Bob just mentioned. But that may not be exactly the same number in terms of megawatts as the capacity numbers added up.
So is it portfolio number minus the what's already been allocated? Or is it portfolio number?
Give us 1 second.
So for those who are in the WebEx, if you want to submit your questions through chat, it will be a little bit quicker. But meantime, we're still looking for that number for you, Vinay. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Bob. I'm pretty sure that's the way we came up with that number, was based on, it's the one time we would use a portfolio amount just to come up with what's available across the system.
Okay, yeah, I think we'll put that in comment because it's not really clear where that number, how it's calculated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we do have Fernando, SCE, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Fernando Corner with SE. Just wanted to follow up here. I guess this appears to be the right time to ask the question I asked earlier today, and that's with respect to what exactly a FERC jurisdictional LSE is, and as far as the lead up and regarding the LSEs providing transparent processes and potential for issuing an RFI before the allocation process initiates. What exact tariff is the CAISO considering or proposing that needs to be updated in this regard?
Fernando, I don't have a specific recommendation for you. Again, this paragraph was really just meant to imply that you all may want to take a look at that and make sure that you're providing an open and transparent process in the RFI phase as a means to prevent any sort of additional questions about the way that the process is run or the LSE allocation and things like that. So if you want more detail, put it in comment and we can set up a conversation with the attorneys as well if you have specific concerns.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Danielle. I think it'd be worthwhile because it's not clear at all when they say FERC jurisdictional LSEs in particular should consider updating their tariffs. We have either a transmission owner tariff or their wholesale distribution access tariff, and it doesn't seem like either one would be appropriate for some type of a point allocation system. So just want to see if this concern or issue is targeted specifically to IOUs, and if not, I'd like to get that clarification, but we'll put those comments in our written comments when we submit them. Thank you.
Thanks, Fernando.
Thank you. So next we do have Susan Schneider. Go ahead with your quick question.
Yeah. Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I do not understand. I apologize if I'm being dense, but I didn't quite understand the idea that if you add up the available capacity at behind all the different constraints, then you're not going to end up with the number that is multiplied by 50% for the LSE interest allocations. Can you, how are you going to calculate that? How are you going to, anyway, I didn't understand the statement, and perhaps you could offer some clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, Susan, it's, as it talks about in the proposal, it says it's going to be based on the available and planned transmission capacity from previous year's transmission plan-based portfolio. So, this is the one time that we will use the portfolio to calculate the overall system-wide amount of capacity. It's not going to be done on a constraint by constraint basis.
Okay, so even though the 150% number is going to be calculated based on the capacity behind constraints, the points will be based on just the previous year's portfolio.
Yes.
Or the most recent portfolio? Or the
Yes.
portfolio for the immediately prior TPP?
Right. And it's, again, not points, we're allocating capacity.
Mhm.
And that capacity allocation then leads to projects getting points.
Okay, so what is the reason for the difference?
Frankly, I think it's simplicity, and I think it's a relatively, it's approximate number that we're using, really just to ensure that there is some alignment with LSE allocation availability and the portfolios. But again, it's not essential that this be a megawatt for megawatt match, because this is really just a way of gauging relative LSE interest to align with their portfolios.
Yeah, it's really difficult if you were trying to add up the amount of capacity for every constraint, it depends on where projects are located and so forth. So, you could come up with different numbers by putting project to different locations and those type of things. So this is just, as Danielle said, a simplified approach to provide the numbers to go through this process to allocate points to the load serving entities. Or again, megawatts, excuse me.
Okay, and you're not gonna subtract out the generation already operating or already contracted or anything like that. It's just gonna be whatever's in the TPP portfolio.
Well, by default, when we talk about available capacity, it's what's available after what's already in service.
Okay, but I thought you said you were going to be using the portfolio numbers and not the available capacity numbers. I guess again, I apologize if I'm being dense here.
If you look on page 57, based on the available and planned transmission capacity from the previous year's transmission plan portfolio.
But isn't that how you always calculate available capacity?
That's how we do it for this particular process.
Okay, but when you do the intake and you screen for the 150%, you're not going to use this number. You're going to use some other available capacity number. I apologize if I'm just missing
That's
this.
correct. We're going to base it on the actual point of interconnection the project is seeking to interconnect to, because that is going to be specific for that project. Someone could come into a zone that has capacity, but they choose a POI that actually has no capacity. And there's no reason to study it if we're not going to add any area deliverability network upgrades.
Okay, well, all right. I'm not going to take any more time here on this one, but the point thing is a little puzzling still. So I will mull that over and see if I can figure it out. But thank you for trying.
So let me try just one more time, because I think this is an important distinction. We've had a lot of stakeholder comments about different weighting factors that we should apply to the scores and how much influence the LSE or commercial interest should have on the scoring process as a whole. The scoring process, and particularly the commercial interest process, is really intended to be a way of getting a ranking of projects that can proceed into the process. So the actual megawatt number doesn't have to directly align in a one-for-one way. It's really important, though, that we have some appropriate means of giving every LSE an opportunity to rank the projects that move forward so they move into the study process. And that'll be then, weighted or sort of discounted by 30% if you look at the other scoring indicators or other categories of scoring indicators. And then from there will be an opportunity to kind of fill the 150% bucket based on constraints. And then there will be the DFACS application and then potentially the auction. So the scoring process, particularly the LSE interest scoring process, is really just a coarse way of getting a ranking. It's not a megawatt for megawatt. It's not procurement. It's not a TPD allocation. It's just a ranking.
Okay, but the fact is, first of all, it would be interesting to know why you went from 35% to 50%. But also the idea is that the points or the shares, I don't know what you want to call it, the late, you can call it late for dinner. It's pretty much the same thing. But The fact is that the interests that are shown, I'll call them interest points, if that makes sense. There is a relationship to capacity because you have to, the points do equal like a megawatt. So if there's not enough points allocated to a project to cover all of its capacity, then it has to downsize or just takes fewer points in the scoring process. So it is used for ranking, but it also, there is a relationship to the amount of capacity as well. So I guess again, I will still try and figure this out. Can you just answer just this really hopefully much simpler question, which is why you went from 35% of the number to 50%?
Yeah, that enables more projects to get points. So it makes them a little less scarce than they would have otherwise been. And it also allows some of the smaller LSEs to have more capacity to allocate. So personally, I view that as a positive thing for interconnection customers who are concerned about the potential limiting factor of having this commercial interest category. It gives them more opportunities to get a higher score through commercial interest.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We do have a question in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Anish with the Northern California Power Agency. Sounds like there's a lot of confusion with the capacity and the point allocation. So I know previously ISO did a technical workshop. Is it something you would consider doing again to go through the multiple sources of information that are now being presented? And I don't know about the timing of it. Might not be appropriate at this point, but maybe after the heat map is out, something there.
Yeah, this is Bob Everett. I think it's something that we have talked about and think it's really needed so that once we actually start to implement this process, that we have a process to get all of the load serving entities together to really go do some training and make sure the people that are involved in procurement and making these decisions understand the process. Maybe even we get to the point where we know how much capacity we're going to give to each load serving entity, and then, allow them to be able to ask questions. Okay, what's the best way for them to utilize the capacity that they are allocated to give to selected projects? So yeah, I think that is very needed. If you just a number of load serving entities that are involved in this process, it's mostly the bigger ones are involved, a few of the smaller ones, but there's a lot of load serving entities out there that are not even aware that this process is going on, and we need to inform them as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Hi, this is Chris with TerraGen. I just wanted to comment overall on the LSC scoring criteria as we continue to oppose that part of the proposal. Again, I think, CAISO's described why they haven't, reduced the scoring as some of the developers have requested. So I think we understand the position. I just wanted to point out that, some of these discussions so far today have also, I think, bring more pause for how is this really truly going to be an open and transparent and fair process when CAISO is pointing to LSCs needing to somehow, provide some guidance here. But I think I would concur with SCE, Fernando's point about how that stuff isn't really appropriate to be put within the LSCs. There really is no tariff for LSCs, right? So it's I think, more appropriately housed within the CAISO to have something in the tariff that gives guidance on this sort of thing. And that stuff isn't in the proposal. So I think we continue to have concerns about this aspect, and it's something that's likely to be litigated at FERC. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your question. We do have a few questions coming in through the chat. I think, let me double check on those questions. There are quite a few. The first one was from Alex from AES and Clean Energy. He was hoping that if CAISO could address the concern that only a small portion of the cluster 15 projects would advance to study based on the 150% of capacity criteria. If a significant number of C14 projects receive TPD, most of the capacity assumed in the study will not be available. So most of the 112 projects will not advance to study.
Yeah, that is true, but there is other aspect as well. As you can see in the first step, when we checked against the constraint, it dropped down to 200. So that means there were interconnection requests at the POI where there is no capacity. So in the next round of refreshment, there could be more applications where the capacity is available. So the number could go up from that perspective as well when ICs start to use the information that we have provided. But on the other hand, you're right. So when we update the allocated TPD based on the 2024 TPD result, there could be more TPD that would be allocated. So there's multiple aspects. So I don't think we can make a conclusion that the result will be significantly less after the update.
And I will just add that the issue with the allocation process, where we have an allocation group D that projects just coming out of a study can get allocated for 1 year. That's going to impact the process. We are proposing, and this is for a future discussion this afternoon, but we're proposing that we get rid of allocation group D in the future. But we weren't able to, accomplish that before this allocation process occurred. So this is kind of a one-time, at least in my thinking, this is a one-time issue that allocation group D is going to greatly impact the next cluster. That's why we're actually proposing to get rid of allocation group D, because it does play out in this manner and does limit the amount of projects that could be studied in a TPD option zone for the next cluster. So we realize that's an issue. There are still going to be the merchant option zones that are available, but that'll be up for customers to decide if they want to go down that path.
And then one more last question from, oh, hi. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Margaret Miller with NG North America. I wanted to amplify Chris Devon's comment that this is a significant concern to us going forward. And I know this has been there are a lot of competing interests in this category, and I appreciate what the ISO has done to try to balance the concerns here on the scoring criteria. But when I look at the scoring criteria for project viability, as a developer, I just don't see a lot of actionable steps we can take to show our project is viable outside of LSC interest, which leads me to believe if we don't get LSC interest, we're not going to be studied. And currently that category just feels is very subjective. We don't have any information on how LSCs will evaluate these projects. I know the goal is in the future we would have more information, but right now we don't. So we're really struggling with this because I think there's some commercially viable good projects that just won't get into the queue at all. Thanks.
I will just add this, Bob, that we were really looking to develop a scoring criteria that was robust enough to actually get the projects down to the level that truly could be studied and not get ourselves into the mode where, again, we have such a large cluster that we have to go to FERC, ask for an extended deadline, and everybody loses in that case. So we're looking for the most viable projects. And along with the memorandum of understanding that we have between the state entities, that we're trying to get more closely coordinated. This is one way to do that, is to actually have load serving entities who are acting based off of signals from the CPUC to get involved in the process earlier, which we felt was a very important process from that standpoint. And the alternative is, if we didn't have scoring mechanism, if we got rid of this and what's left of the scoring mechanism without the load serving entity component, We think we'd have so many ties that we'd have, basically a process for auctions, and that's the backstop. If we don't have scoring, well, then we go to auction. And we heard pretty darn clearly that nobody wants an auction, not even the load serving entities. Everybody was concerned about that. So it's being used as a tiebreaker that we think will be used very seldom. But if we think that we don't have a very robust scoring process, then that is the default, which seems to be, we have even less stakeholder buy-in from if we were to go that route.
Okay, let's go ahead and take Loic from SCE for his quick question.
Just a quick comment, and I think I've made that comment at every stakeholder meeting, and just want to correct a statement that was made prior to me joining here. Just because the number of points is capped to 50% of the total TPD allocation, that imply that 50% of the projects that will be studied will not receive LSC points. So this idea of I don't receive LSC points, I'm not getting studies is wrong. I just want to be really clear on that point. Only 50% of the project that will move to the study phase will not have received any LSC points simply because there's not enough LSC points to support all project. So just a clarification point. I mean, I understand the concern that are raised, but I just want to be cautious on not misunderstanding what the proposal is here. That's it.
Okay, great. Thanks for your question. Slide 22. Let's go ahead to slide 23.
Okay, so this covers the full allocation election, which is relatively similar to what we proposed in the draft final proposal with one small change. But this is basically a mechanism to ensure that if an LSE has a high priority interest in one project, but doesn't have sufficient capacity to allocate to that project's full megawatt, it can award all of its capacity to that one project and elect to have the project receive its full 100 points. This is a special box that the LSE would check on the form. And it's really intended for small LSEs in particular who may not have sufficient points to cover their procurement need in a certain cycle. So it's applicable, and both CPUC jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional LSEs are eligible to use this full allocation election, but like for example, a large LSE could only use this for one project if they were going to exceed the capacity allocation that they were given. So it's really more intended and should be only used by smaller LSEs because of that mechanism. So an LSE has to specify to the ISO that it's making this special election. The one change that we've made from the draft final proposal is that we are no longer proposing to limit this to 150% of the projects of the LSE's capacity allocation. We removed that 150%. Any questions?
A question just came up.
When will LSEs receive their capacity allocation? It'll be prior to the interconnection window, but I don't know if we have that on the timeline, so we can get more detail on that. It'll be as soon as the information is available, as soon as we have a portfolio from the previous year. So I think after the TPP is approved, after the transmission plan is approved.
I do see Susan Schneider's hand again. Go ahead.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Just a quick curiosity question: why you removed the 150% limit?
When we ran through a couple of examples with small LSE in mind, like an LSE that only gets a capacity allocation of 8 megawatts, that would limit them to only being able to use this full allocation election for like a 12 megawatt project. And so we wanted to just there's still some limit on it, but we wanted, with that being the one project, but we wanted to create a little more flexibility for those small LSEs to be able to use it.
Could they enable a 1,000 megawatt project?
They could, but then they would put all their eggs in that one basket.
Right, but they're gonna have to do that, anything above 12 megawatts, I mean, basically, and they're gonna have to put all their eggs in one basket anyway for anything above the small allocation they would get. So if they get the same, they have the same ability for, say, a 100 megawatt project and a 1,000 megawatt project, even though they only have 8 megawatts, they can do a project of any size, right?
Yeah, and there may be instances, I don't know about a 1,000 megawatt project, but there may be instances where there's a planned retirement or something like that, where there is a need to procure well beyond the capacity that's been allocated to that LSE. So we did want to provide an opportunity for them to do this as a special election.
Okay, I mean, you've got 65 projects, I think, in cluster 15 that are over 1,000 megawatts. So, okay, I that's just asking. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Ayesha, go ahead with your quick question.
Hi, Daniel. Aisha from Recurrent. I wanted to ask, so I'm assuming all the LSEs at this point are now familiar and know that this is happening. If developers want to make sure that they're reaching out to as many LSEs as possible, is there like a list or a resource that we can refer to identify, okay, who are the contacts and who we need to reach out? And this has to, all the prep work has to happen on the developer and yeah, there's no really resource available right now that we could really refer to, because I mean, I'm assuming our origination team has enough information, but just if there was something we were to provide them to aid in helping reaching out to as many LSEs and participate in as many RFIs, what could we provide them, or what advice would you give us that on the information we can provide them to make sure that, we are trying to cover as many projects as possible for this RFI participation?
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. We do have a list of all the LSEs. I don't think we have the list of procurement leads for each of them, but that's something that we can talk about if we do a technical workshop or something like this as well.
Okay, thank you.
Opportunity for you all to connect.
I'll include that in my comments. And yeah, hopefully we'll have something to refer to in future. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're getting close to the noon. How does the team feel for the break at 12 or a little bit later?
I think we can probably take all the questions on this section, or maybe just want to just go through commercial interest, or do you want to stop here? Okay. Let's just go through commercial interest and then
okay.
For lunch, unless there are other questions. Okay. It's wishful thinking though. This is going to take 4 minutes, I think. But so the next slide goes to commercial interest from non-LSEs, and we've heard throughout this process from stakeholders that there's a need to incorporate procurement desires and needs from non-LSEs as well, such as commercial and industrial off-takers or financial interests or financial institutions, I mean. So we have kept the non-LSE interest points in this proposal, still 25 points and still embedded within that total 100-point eligibility for the whole commercial interest category. But the weighting is the same as well. The only thing that we've changed here is that we've added some additional measures to ensure that these projects that this interest is real. So we're seeking a signed affidavit from a representative that's authorized to execute PPAs, indicating that the project is in support of corporate policy goals on sustainability, attesting that the size of the application is aligned with the non-LSE off-taker's needs, attesting that the non-LSE off-taker is not affiliated with the interconnection customer or any holding company, and attesting that the non-LSE off-taker has not supported more than one application. And that's another limitation too that we've added more as a clarification than anything, that one particular non-LSE off-taker cannot submit multiple letters of interest for multiple projects. We're just taking one from each. And if a project receives more than one letter of interest from different non-LSE off-taker, that still will only get them 25 points. Any questions on that?
We did get one question. Aish, or wait, it dropped. You're good. Next slide. Oh, never mind. Susan Schneider has a question.
Yeah. Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just had a couple of questions. First of all, what is the reason for them if their total interest, expression of interest, doesn't exceed their off-taker needs? Why can they not, for example, express interest in 2 smaller projects instead of 1 large project?
We just needed a way to sort of continue to contain this, because I think that this is already sort of something new that we're testing, and we've just recently incorporated into the interconnection process. So this is a limitation that, you know, we're asking the other LSEs, or we're asking the LSEs to be selective with their points. We're also asking non-LSEs to be selective with their indications.
Yeah, but LSEs can allocate their points to any number of projects, and in fact, multiple smaller projects, as long as they don't exceed their points, or whatever you want to call those things. But here you're imposing a limitation on the non-LSEs, even if they are only acquiring to meet their needs, which I have a question about as well. There's any apparent reason why they shouldn't be allowed also to sponsor several smaller projects. For example, projects that would be close to their facilities and meet the needs of those facilities, or, you know, something like that. I mean, it just seems like it was hard to come up with a sort of a policy reason why they shouldn't be allowed to sponsor smaller projects. You're basically going to limit them maybe to larger projects, and maybe, you know, I don't know. It just seems a limitation that yes, this is all initially, you know, experimental, and we're all starting to, you know, doing it for the first time. But why does that mean that they can only do 1 application, even if they don't exceed their overall needs?
Well, so I think there are a couple other reasons for that too. For one thing, these non-LSE off-takers are, you know, not incorporated into the portfolios that we're talking about here. So we're talking about basing a lot of this on available capacity in portfolios and where there's available transmission. The non-LSE off-takers are sort of outside of that process. So this is an opportunity for them to participate and to express any interest in going beyond those procurement needs, but it's also not as central to the need for us to bring on resources to meet reliability needs as indicated in the reliability or policy needs as indicated in the portfolio. Second, there are an infinite number of non-LSEs. And so, whereas with LSEs, you know, there's a finite amount we can verify that they're real and that they have load, and we have ways of measuring that alignment with the portfolios. We don't have that with non-LSE off-takers. So we did need some mechanism to require non-LSEs to be just as selective as the LSEs are being.
Well, it seems like they have to be much more selective. For example, you got, you know, Amazon Energy, and I'm just picking them out of the air, but, you know, they have maybe multiple facilities and very large ones versus, you know, the dry cleaner that wants to sponsor the energy park, you know, that's going in across town. It lumps everybody together no matter what their needs are and how big they are and how much they're looking to contract for. So I will put that in comments, but it just seems very restrictive compared to what the LSEs are allowed to do. I understand all the other things you said about it, but anyway, so that's one comment. Also,
Susan, this is Bob. Just let me add to that is, you know, we are not providing an avenue for any load serving entity to actually procure all their capacity by awarding their capacity to projects. It's really typically going to be a portion of their needs. So, you know, for non-LSEs, it's the same thing. They may not be able to provide all their needs to a particular project if they want to do multiple projects, but there's still opportunities for projects are going to get studied beyond what they designate. And so they still can work with those projects to procure them based on, you know, after they've been studied and have better information.
Well, also true of LSEs. And in fact, LSEs may get allocated points above what they're looking to procure in this cycle. So you don't really know that.
Well, actually, I think we do based on how much the portfolio is providing for future capacity. If the portfolio does not provide enough, so much capacity, the LSEs are not going to procure more than
Right.
what
No, no,
they're
it's
ordered
true.
to.
But on a particular cycle, you don't know how much they would be procuring it in cluster 15 versus cluster 16, for example. You don't really know that. So anyway, I get what you're saying. I have one more question about this on this, the question of that you're going to attest that they have to be in support of corporate policy or goals on sustainability. That seems, I guess, first of all, sustainability is kind of a broad term. And if they just want to say, well, I'm going to say, I want to say that I'm doing, you know, green energy for my projects. And of course, before they get a TPD allocation, they have to put in a deposit if they don't already have an arrangement. So that comes much later. But here, you know, you're sort of dictating to them on a basis they're allowed to procure green energy, or, you know, which is what many of them are interested in. I said, at least defining sustainability, and it seemed, again, like you were sort of saying, if it doesn't fit in this little tiny box, what if they're doing it for boasting rights or whatever they're doing it for, they're still sponsoring projects and willing to put their money out there. So that seemed somewhat restrictive and vague at the same time. So just a comment, we'll put it in writing.
Okay, great. No more questions. Slide 24.
Okay, sorry for the pump fake on lunch, but I did forget to, I missed slide 24, which is a biggie. So I'm going to look at the people in the room and see if you want to come back to this after lunch, or if you'd prefer to just cover all the commercial interest stuff now. Power through, we got one for power through. Any head nods or dissent? Closes at 1. Okay. I think we'll try to stay on schedule. We have time in the afternoon, so I think we'll try to stay on schedule and come back at 1. And I'll start with the limits on LSE-owned resources. That way everyone can get ready. Thanks.
Silas, can you go ahead and start sharing the slide break? We'll be right back at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we're going to get started. A few folks will be coming. The next air crew is not here yet, but they'll be joining us soon. Thanks, everyone, for coming back and returning. We will go ahead and resume with Danielle on the limit of LSE-owned projects. As a reminder, this call is being recorded and we plan to post this recording early next week. And feel free to use the raise hand icon located on the lower toolbar. I also provided attendee list earlier, but I'll resend that over to those folks who are joining us for the last half of the this meeting. So that'll be available, but let's go ahead and get started.
Okay, thanks, Brenda. Hope you all managed to have a leisurely lunch in the cafe or at home, or in your office, wherever you are. So, so we have one more element to go through, or one more slide on the commercial interest category. And this is limits on LSE-owned projects. And I will say that this is something that we heard really divergent feedback on the draft final proposal. And so we spent a lot of time trying to find the right balance here on how to appropriately limit LSE-owned projects, but not completely prevent them from being able to make those allocation awards. So the negotiated response that we came up with is that for each LSE allocation cycle, each LSE may only award capacity to either 3 self-built projects or 25% of the LSE's capacity allocation per cycle, whichever is greater. So this gives flexibility. If you recall, in the draft final proposal, we had a limit of just 1 project, and we heard that that was not appropriate because it didn't account for different sizes of LSEs or different historical patterns of what LSEs have traditionally developed on their own. We've had conversations with the PUC about this to understand, you know, the processes that they go through to scrutinize LSE-owned projects. And we determined that 3 is a more appropriate number based on historical information as well, and historical projects in the queue that are owned by LSEs. And that 25% of the capacity allocation would be appropriate as well. Because again, this is not the procurement cycle. This is just the process of awarding points. And so we wanted to propose something that's based on historical trends that allows LSEs to continue to put projects into the queue, but not creates a situation where we're going to run away with that. And that's all that's going to be in the queue, and it's going to crowd out independently developed projects. So this was the balance that we propose. This limitation applies to both PUC jurisdictional and non-CPUC jurisdictional LSEs. And this is where we suggest that LSEs, especially those that are FERC jurisdictional, provide some clear and transparent RFI process guidelines or explanations leading up to the LSE allocation process. I will be frank that we've had conversations with a lot of LSEs in this process and have heard, clear intentions for many LSEs to really revise their entire procurement process so that they are able to issue RFIs under their standard processes that are currently have a number of checks and firewalls and some oversight in place. So there is an intent from several LSEs to revise or restructure their RFI processes to align with this LSE allocation process in order for them to get a really clear picture of the projects that are going to be coming through the interconnection queue that they'll be awarding points to. We took that as a really positive step and something that we hope is encouraging to some of the interconnection customers too, that there will be a clear and established transparent process in place when it comes time for you to start marketing your projects to these LSEs. Any questions?
No questions in queue. Anyone in the room?
Okay. Then we can move on. Do we have a lot of people back from lunch online? Or are they 33? 133? Okay. Okay. That's good participation. Hopefully people heard that then. Just think it's a great approach. All right, so then we'll go on to project viability, the next slide, because I think I covered commercial interest. So the ISO is now proposing really 2 different areas for points in project viability. And again, the 3 main categories are commercial interest, project viability, and system need. Project viability is intended to really assess how advanced a project is and what the likelihood is of that project moving forward with ease and without new risks and milestones. This is an area where we had originally proposed to look at some permitting information or land use screens and things like that, and ultimately decided that that would be very subjective, difficult to validate for the ISO, and not necessarily even an accurate indicator of whether a project would succeed. So we struck a lot of the sort of permitting and siting criteria. What we've landed on is 2 components. First is an engineering design plan, and we've changed the scoring mechanism for this to make it more graduated. We heard feedback that there are certain increments that engineers are comfortable with when they're evaluating a level of completeness. I think it's like 15, 20, can't remember exactly what the numbers are, but they're in the final proposal. But basically we're saying that if you have an engineer's stamp that says that a project is X% complete, then you get that amount of points based on % of completeness, up to 50% complete. And I realize that this slide shows a little bit of missing text, but 15% complete basically accounts for or amounts to 15 points. This is going to require a signed affidavit accompanied by documentation of the project's engineering design plan level of completeness certified with a professional engineer stamp. And then the second category that we have is expansion of a generation facility. And these have not changed significantly, though I believe we changed the points values for some of them. We have expansion of a generation facility that's currently under construction, expansion of an operating facility, and expansion of a facility that's under construction or in operation where the GenTie already has sufficient surplus capability to accommodate the additional resource. And again, I see some text cut out here, so sorry about that. We'll fix that. But this is information that will be submitted by the interconnection customer indicating that the new interconnection resource uses the same or directly adjacent site as the operating facility. And for the GenTie, that it has to document as well that the capacity of the GenTie and the existing facility can accommodate the additional capacity. I will note that in the project viability criteria, we did eliminate site control of the GenTie. And this, there are two reasons for this. One, well, I think there was a lot of support for the item from stakeholders. It's incredibly difficult for the ISO team to validate. So it didn't pass that first test that we need of objectivity and easily validated. In addition, though, some stakeholders did point out that it's unlikely that a project has full site control prior to the study, because the study will actually identify where the GenTie needs to go. So that's the rationale for eliminating that. We also saw in the survey results that I would say like 90% of survey respondents expected to get points for that item, the full amount of points for that item. And so if that's the case, it wouldn't have actually been that much of a differentiator in the scoring process, because it's like if everyone's going to have it, then it's not as meaningful. Any questions? Okay. So we'll move on to system need now. And really minimal changes here. We added a little bit of detail about the information that we'll post to describe the areas and sub areas with the for system need, we have local ability to provide local resource adequacy, and we have long lead time resources. And these are relatively similar criteria that we've had for the last two drafts. For local RA, as I said, we added detail around the information that we'll post to describe the areas and sub areas with deficiency of generator capacity and the amount of additional capacity needed to eliminate those deficiencies. There were suggestions to add a lot more detail and complexity to this, but it's really just a fundamental, again, as with everything in the scoring criteria, it's a fundamental indicator of whether a project is going to have value from a system need perspective. And so we tried not to overcomplicate this mechanism and just keep it really simple as a binary 50 points or not score. And then long lead time, I think the only change that we made here was to clarify that we will work not only with the PUC, but also with local regulatory authorities to determine the list of eligibility requirements for this category. And you know, there is a bill that we've referenced. We've provided a definition and really provided as much clarity on this item as we can at this point, but it is something that we'll continue to work to articulate with the PUC and LRAs.
We did have a question from Susan. Let's go ahead, go back to slide 26 for Susan Schneider's question.
I apologize. I had my hand up. I'm not sure what happened, but I did have a question on the engineering design plan completeness criterion. I noticed that it looks like you can get a maximum of, if it's 15% complete, then you get 15 points. I'm assuming that means if you get 50% complete, it's 50 points, and then you don't get any additional points for additional completion. Is that right?
Yes, that is right. We had a lot of stakeholder feedback that we shouldn't expect to see more than 50% completion anyways. So that's why we kept it at 50%. And I think that's what the missing text is. So we'll fix that table.
Okay, I figured that was the rationale, but I just wanted to know. Thanks very much.
Yeah, we do have a few more questions. Would you like to take all those questions right now? Okay. Bridget Sparks, please introduce yourself.
Bridget Sparks, your line is unmuted. You can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Thanks. This is Bridget Sparks with AES. So I have two questions / points on the scoring criteria. The first one is on the removal of site control. Just kind of pushing back on the assumption that the CAISO can't easily validate that. I mean, you guys are already going to be reviewing site plans for the 90% of site control. And I will also note that in the Eastern markets, SVP, MISO, PJM, they all require 50% of the GenTie easement at interconnection application. And so I do think it would be feasible for the CAISO to validate and is normative across other markets. And then also just in the scoring criteria, there's literally kind of only one category that interconnection customers have full control over. And so adding in the site control expansion was another way for developers to differentiate themselves from others. And so just to kind of reconsider that. And then another point on the expansion aspects, just thinking through if those unduly favor either incumbent developers or incumbent utilities who are already in the market. So, is the point and the weighting preferential to those over new entrants? Just something to think about and potential vulnerability at a FERC filing. And then lastly, on the local RA, I've been wondering, and no one's been able to give me a good answer, is how well like the local RA zones map to the priority zones that you're going to be looking at, and whether or not that will actually be a good criteria to differentiate projects. So if you're, filling up on a constraint by constraint basis, if all those constraints are in a local area, wouldn't all projects be eligible for those points? So is it another category that doesn't actually differentiate projects? So just something to think about in terms of like how well the local RA maps to the priority zones and whether or not, well, in theory, that's a good criteria, kind of what you guys have said against other potential scoring criteria of, oh, well, everyone can get this. It's not really providing a much differential in projects. I'm wondering if the same thing can be said for the local RA, and just want guys to think about that. And, as you're looking through the zones, how well those map. Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget. Okay, I'm going to try to recall all of your questions, but I may need you to repeat a couple. Regarding the generation facility expansions, we haven't heard that is going to bias points toward utility-owned projects or projects owned by an incumbent. So if that is a concern, it hasn't been directly expressed to me. Let's see. There was also your concern around local RA, and that's I'm afraid an issue that we'd have to talk in further detail to our engineer on. But when we looked at the scoring or at the survey results, I'm trying to pull them up, but I closed them on my computer. When we looked at the okay, my mic just went out. When we looked at the scoring results from this Cluster 15 survey, we didn't see a tremendous response that everyone expected to get local RA points. I do think it is somewhat reflected in the resource portfolios and should be sort of correlated to the resource portfolios. And because of that, is certainly not an issue that you would expect every project to be able to receive points for. What other questions did you have, Bridget? I think I only addressed some of them.
The other point was on getting rid of the site control and just pushing back that it's not easily evaluatable, considering that the other three major RTOs have GenTie due at the time of application.
Well, this is Bob. We've never attempted that. We haven't talking to MISO or others to figure out how they actually do that. And we have concern that when you're doing site control, you've got specific information about the site, and it's typically one landowner, one option agreement you're dealing with. You're not dealing with multiple. And if you've got a 10-mile gen tie, you're going to be crossing multiple, or at least potentially multiple landowners' lands, and you're going to have to be dealing with multiple of those things. While we do site control validation, it's not an easy process, and quite often we have to actually get the legal team involved. So we were thinking that, especially when we started getting results that people are saying they can get 100% site control all the way to the POI. Well, we know that's really not true, where projects don't even know from what direction they need to approach the substation from prior to the studies. So we just started thinking that this is probably one that could be possibly gamed and could just take a long time for us to try to validate it. And we felt it was best just not to go down that road.
Understood. I think that's why the other markets do 50%, because then you get a portion. And I think to projects that have a 10-mile gen tie, that have multiple landholders they have to deal with, that creates a lot of risks in being able to get that when the project needs to be constructed. And so I think some earlier indication of, ease of access to the POI that this project is trying to get to, I think is a good marker of viability. So just something to think about, and maybe something to keep in mind as we implement this. I would imagine we'll continue to iterate on the scoring criteria as we, work through this process in practice. So just wanted to point that out, that again, other markets do it. So it can't be impossible. Thank you.
Yeah. And excuse me, I would agree. This is going to be an iterative process over time, where we're going to be continuing to refine this as we gain more experience with it.
Next, we do have Brian Corpix.
Hi, Brian Corpix with New Leaf Energy. I had a question on the local RA criterion. 2 proposals ago, there was an additional requirement that batteries be able to meet the one-to-one charging replacement in the local capacity technical studies. Is it correct that that's now not a part of the proposal?
I don't think it's part of the proposal because it's not in the final proposal anymore.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next, we have Aisha. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Had was actually on the previous section, which was related to commercial off-takers. So I wanted to clarify one statement from the final draft proposal. It says that a commercial off-taker will be allowed to provide scoring points to only one project in a given cluster. So does that mean like a commercial off-taker cannot assign points to projects even in different study zone in cluster 15? Like for cluster 15, each commercial off-taker is only allowed to assign points to one project, or am I misinterpreting the language?
No, that is the correct interpretation. Each non-LSE off-taker would only be able to award
only one project
to one project. Yeah.
Okay. Was there a specific concern because of which this provision was kept?
Yeah, the concern is that there are infinite LSE off-takers and that they can be difficult for us to validate and to make sure that they align with the portfolio needs. In addition, portfolio needs should be captured in the portfolio by LSEs. And so, there should be sufficient points to go through the process. And so these projects are capped in a similar way to, I mean, a different mechanism, but at a similar level to how LSE points or LSE allocations would be capped, in that, you know, LSEs are going to have to be selective and non-LSEs are going to have to be selective as well.
Okay. Is there any cap to the megawatts a commercial commercial interests from non-LSE off-taker can assign points to? Like the 25 points will go to any size of the project.
Yes, it can go to any size of a project. There's no capacity limit on how a non-LSE can express interest.
All right, thank you. I have one question on the next section, which was project viability. Just wanted to confirm, you mentioned that engineering stamp affidavits would be required. So just wanted to check, like, so if we are submitting single line diagrams as part of IRs, or they need to be like, just wanted to get a sense of the kind of documentation that will be accepted as a proof of certain level of engineering design completion. Is it single line diagrams? Is it a written affidavit? Is it P-stamped documents? Just do you have any idea? I can also include this in the comments if you don't have the details.
Yeah, I don't think we actually have a specific document in mind, other than just an affidavit by a professional engineer that stamped it, that says that the project has reached this level of design. You know, we don't want to get into a mode of looking at a bunch of drawings and trying to validate that information. So that's why we're relying on an affidavit with an engineering stamp on it to basically self-validate itself that the project actually has gotten to that stage.
And those P-stamps need to come from a third party, or it can be from one of the engineers within the IC? Because
we haven't addressed that at this point.
Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, I'll include this in my comments. If we can get more clarity, that'll be helpful.
Brian?
Brian with Z Global. So being that they're probably only at the 50% level, even if they're stamped, would you have a problem if they were designated as not construction ready drawings?
Yeah, like I said, I don't think we're even expecting to get drawings to document it. That the fact that someone is doing an affidavit and an engineer is willing to put his stamp on it, that it's reached that level, that's what we're going to have to rely on. If we got into a mode of actually having to validate based on drawings that we see and figure out for ourselves what percentage that meets, that would become too big of a burden for us to validate.
Okay, so not necessarily stamped drawings, but a stamped affidavit from an
Yes.
engineer saying this is the progress of the design.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Danielle, this is Robert Sparks. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to chime in on the question about the requirement for charging. There is on page 54 of the paper, it does say that a battery, in order for a battery to obtain points, it needs to be able to charge.
Thank you for that clarification, Robert. I was just sidebarring with Bob too to figure that out. Thank you.
And this is Bob, just looking at the non-LSE points. There is in item B, attest to the size of the application is aligned with the non-LSE's off-taker needs. So we would expect some sort of an attestation that if someone like, as was mentioned earlier, in Amazon says, well, I've got 1,000 megawatts of load across California, and we're expecting to meet a certain percentage of that. We will be doing a check to make sure they're not going to put in a project that is vastly greater than what their true need is.
Our next question in queue is from Eddie Dadashti. Eddie, your line is unmuted. You can go ahead.
Yes. Let me shed a little bit light about this engineering. What generally interconnection customers supply with their application is a single line diagram that matches the computer model. So it has no physical sizing associated with it. So when you go into 15%, Then you need a site diagram, size of your site, and how the equipment is going to be arranged, and so on. So that's the difference that needs to be done. So that's just an explanation. But I do have a question about the expansion of an existing facility. Does that expansion have to be with the original interconnection customer, or can a second party come in and expand an existing plant and maybe use their point of interconnection? So that's a question that I have for you.
Well, this is Bob. Similar and in the same vein of when a project comes in and says, I'm going to use a third party's Gentie for my delivery of my energy. We require that before the phase, at least currently, before the phase 2 study starts, you need to have agreement that you actually have legal right and agreement with the owner to actually utilize the Gentie. So we'd be looking for something similar to that, you know, some third party can't come in and say, well, I'm going to do something on their site, but I haven't gotten their permission to do so. We're going to be looking for something like that. We'd need to have that be something right along with the IR submission. So we'll just have to, it's probably something we'll do in the BPM to kind of get into the details of what would be expected for these type of things.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions in the room? Okay, we do have Abhishek. Please introduce yourself.
Hey, Bob, this is Abhishek from Rev Renewables. Kind of building up on that charging question, I'm still trying to get my head around it. So usually when these charging assessments are done for these LCR areas, these results usually come out for, I'll pick up Greater Bay Area. I mean, there are different sub or LCR pockets within Bay Area, and each of them have their own charging limitations. So in this case, how would that work out? Would a POI then need to go back and see which sub LCR area it lies in, and then the maximum amount of storage would be limited to whatever the charging limit is for that specific sub LCR area? Am I thinking about this right?
That sounds about right. This is Robert.
Okay. And Robert, what happens if there is, let's say, multiple projects in that LCR sub pocket? So let's say 20 megawatts is the charging limit that's available in that sub pocket, and there is, let's say, 10, 50 megawatt projects, or there is, let's say, 10, 20 megawatt projects. Do all those 10, 20 megawatt projects get to count that 20 megawatt storage capability that's available? How would that work out?
I don't know that we worked out that detail. It might be a good one to put in writing.
Okay. And I'm still kind of thinking about this. If there is a sub LCR area which has, let's say, 20 megawatts of storage charging that is available, but then there is a bigger, broader area, for instance, you know, let's say the bigger Greater Bay LCR area doesn't even have any storage charging capability, would that project be subject to 20 megawatts limit, or would it be subject to, would that area be subject to no batteries being able to, you know, counting those points towards this criteria?
Yeah, I mean, if it cannot charge based on documented studies, then it really wouldn't be able to count for resource adequacy. So it would be of no more value than a battery anywhere else in the system.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll put that in comments if anything else comes to mind. But yeah, thanks for those clarification, Robert.
Are there any other questions in the room? I do see some questions. Susan, go ahead. You're next.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I had a question about that just along the same discussion here on the battery charging. It seems like for all the transmission constraints, if you're accepting capacity up to 150% of the available capacity, then if you have a charging constraint, I'm wondering why you wouldn't accept capacity up to 150% of the charging constraint in a particular area instead of just cutting right off at the level of the constraint.
Again, that's another detail we probably haven't worked through. Go ahead and put that one in writing as well.
Okay, will do. Thanks a lot.
Next, we do have Virginia. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Yeah, I had a follow-up question on the local array criteria. So I understand this would be for a battery that was able to charge, but would an energy-only project in the area that would allow battery charging, would an energy-only project be able to get points?
I think that is allowed in certain cases, but it's unlikely you're going to find an LCR area where you can put like a solar plant. But I guess in theory, my understanding is that is allowed elsewhere on the system, but I'm not an expert on that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any questions in the room? Okay. Let's go take Eddie from Pars Energy.
Yes, I have a question about battery charging. If your interconnection application states that you're interested in as available charging capacity, is that going to impact your ability to offer, RA services?
Pretty much all batteries in the queue are getting as available charging. Very few, you have to go through the transmission owner. You could possibly ask for firm load service from the transmission owner, but that doesn't happen very often. So that shouldn't be an issue as long as the ISO LCR study has determined that charging capability is available. Even if you're an as available charging battery, that should be fine.
Okay. So if you want to have, one of the things that investors generally are interested in is ability to charge, and they want firm charging capacity. If that's the case, then, one has to request, a load service for charging to have the ability to charge at full capacity anytime they want. Am I understanding the process correctly?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But what I was also trying to say is that's not required here. If you want it for yourself, that's a different story, but it's not expected to get points.
Okay.
We got two questions just pop up again. Big Cot, please introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, this is Venkat from Vistra Corp. I have a question on this project viability. Let's say if an IC wanted to procure a long lead material for the project readiness, are there any scoring points allowed by CAISO, or is it strictly on the engineering design completeness?
I missed the beginning of your question. What type of project? Did you say it was a long lead project?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. If IC orders any long lead material for the procurement to be prepared for the COD, are there any scoring points allowed?
Oh, I see. Sorry. No, we have eliminated that proposal. I think in the revised straw proposal or the draft final proposal, we took that out based on stakeholder feedback that there's usually not dedicated equipment orders for a specific project at this point in the process. And that would be too much to expect. And if there was, there would be no way of validating that it's actually for this specific interconnection customer. So that's why it's no longer in the proposal.
Okay. We do have Abhishek. Let's see if he has a follow-up question, or is that just from the earlier question?
No, I did have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, this is Abhishek from Rev Renewable. Follow-up question for Robert. Robert, my thoughts are evolving on this one. And one more scenario came to my mind where if a specific project is in a LCR area, but is limited by, let's say, storage charging capability, would that project get full 50 points, or would there be some sort of a haircut in that scenario?
So if it, like I said, what the paper says is that if it cannot charge, it really is not eligible for extra points.
What if it's partially able to? So let's say if it's a 50 megawatt project and the charging limitation is only 20 megawatts, so it can technically charge for that 20 megawatts of capacity, right?
Yeah. So then you've got a 20 megawatt project that can get points. Again, it's not a detail we haven't worked out, but that would be my answer.
Okay, we will put that in comments too, just for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, no more questions in queue. Do we want to go to slide 27?
Yes, I think we've covered that as well. So we can go to the next slide too. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So what if you get through the scoring process and we still have some projects that has the same scores? How do we move forward from there? So we developed a tie-breaking process, and it's kind of a two-step process, but we think the first step is going to handle the vast majority of the projects. So when scoring selection process nears the 150% threshold, with the remaining projects to reach the 150% or less than the sum of the capacity of two or more projects, what are we going to do? We go through the process of step number one, which is to use the defects factor for the tying projects to break the tie. And here's a definition of defects. It's basically the impact that projects would have on the grid for impacting the deliverability of those projects. So we'll determine which projects move forward based on the lowest defects. And starting with the lowest defects until the 150% threshold is crossed. And then if ties still continue to be in a tied situation after this, you may have a situation where the tied projects are at the same POI. So they're going to have the same defects. We'd have to go into an auction process then to determine which projects move forward. So let's move on to the next slide. So this is essentially the second step that hopefully very seldom would be used. But we feel it's necessary to keep in place because there is that possibility. So if the defects does not break the tie, we'll go into a process where we'll conduct a market clearing sealed bid auction for the right to be studied in this specific zone. So the auction would only be used when the defects does not break the tie, and only projects that remain following the defects tiebreaker step will be participate in the auction. So it's not a matter where all projects in a zone would actually have to participate in the auction. It's only those projects that are tied at this point in the process. So the auction bids would be on $1 per megawatt basis and will be requested after the project scoring process has been completed. So this is something stakeholders asked us. We thought about having the auction bids be with the interconnection request at the very beginning of the process, and we got pretty significant, and we ended up thinking that it's probably best to hold off on that to allow projects to actually make more informed bids based for their project, knowing how many actually have to go into the scoring process. it could be, you put in 10 projects in the queue, if you had to put a bid in for all 10 versus knowing I only got one, I think your bids are going to be quite different. So we changed it to that process. And then projects will be ranked and selected for study based on the bid price, starting with the highest price bid and progressing downward until the 150% threshold capacity for that zone is exceeded. And bidders will only submit the clearing price auction for financial security if they win. So if you don't win the auction, or you even go to auction, you decide I'm going to withdraw my project, I don't want to put in a bid, you can do that. So only if you win the bid would you actually put in the financial security for that bid. And the clearing price will be shown. We'll publish what the clearing price is per zone, but the individual bids will not be divulged. Next slide. So getting a little bit more on the auction process, the auction funds posted to the interconnection customer or by the interconnection customer will be in favor of the PTO. So much like the interconnection financial security postings, our projects will do, the bid price will be posted in the same manner, using basically the same type of process and the type of instruments that each PTO allows at this point in time. Projects that have successfully completed an auction and reached the commercial operation will be refunded their auction posted security within 90 days of their COD being, or where the ISO is notified of that. So we will hold that auction price. You won't be able to use that amount towards your construction, but as soon as you go COD, you'll get that money back. And then if a project withdraws or is withdrawn prior to reaching commercial operation, some or all of their auction posted security will be forfeited and used to offset the still needed network upgrades at that point in time. And depending on when you withdraw, there's a table we didn't include here. It hasn't changed, but as you progress through the process, more and more of your auction posting will be at risk until you reach the point where once you sign a GIA, 100% of your auction posting is at risk if you withdraw after that point. So why don't we stop here and see if there's any questions on these items.
Are there any questions? Oh, go ahead, Don.
So Don Trethway from CISA. So I have a question on the auction. Isn't it really, I mean, I think we talked earlier about that the actual 150 is actually by constraint. It's not actually by zone. So we're really having an auction for every single constraint if there's a tie? Individual auctions?
Yes, that would be the case. We'd have to do that because that's the only way you'd know when you're going to cross that under 50%.
Yeah, I think when you get it all the way down to the constraint, it's not a very deep auction. It could be one or two projects.
That's what we would anticipate. Yes, it's not. We don't anticipate we'd have a whole slew of projects having to participate in the auction. It's just those last few to.
But I mean, even if you ever had an auction,
right?
It's not going to be a lot of people. Why would you even keep one of them out? I mean, I don't think you would anticipate the auction having like 20 projects, 30 projects at a given constraint.
Well, we could be in a situation where we've got 100 megawatts left and we've got a number of projects that are, 200-300 megawatts, and who's going to be the last one to be chosen? We don't want to let in, 1,500 megawatts worth of capacity just to meet that last 100 megawatts. So, this is going to be something that I admittedly will learn and gain experience over time to see if there's a better way of doing this. But based on the way we envision this, we think it's workable. And it's not a bad thing if there's only a few projects actually participating in it. They can actually decide really how bad do they want this project and what's the amount of money they're willing to put forward for it.
Any other questions in the room? Okay, let's go take Susan's question on WebEx.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I guess I still don't know why you don't just do pro rata, but I'm not going to argue that one right now. That wasn't my question. My question is the difference between the way the ties are handled for the project seeking deliverability and the energy only projects. It seems like
Susan?
Yeah.
You're kind of muffled.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
having a
Can you
hard
hear?
time
Is this better?
understanding.
Is this better?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, thank
Sorry.
you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering about the difference between the treatment of projects seeking deliverability and energy-only projects. So the process you just went through, I think, is the process for projects seeking deliverability, and of course in areas where there is deliverability. But the projects that are energy-only, I think you also had the DFACs as a tiebreaker, but then if there's no auction process, if there's a tie there, you're just going to take the projects in reverse order of size. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a reason for the difference in the approach?
We thought the likelihood of this being in this situation for energy-only projects is much less likely. So we just decided, let's go with the simplest approach and make it easy on everybody.
Okay, because you could also use that same approach for projects seeking deliverability.
Well, that was actually put on the table and discussed, but we didn't think using project size would actually be the best way to go. That projects might actually say, okay, well, knowing that's the case, I might actually put in a bunch of smaller projects rather than, a larger project. And, so we thought it might be something that could be gamed, so we didn't go down that path.
But if projects seeking deliverability could game it, so could projects that were energy only, right?
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Just curious about the difference. That's all. Thanks very much.
Any other questions? All right, let's take Sanji.
Hi, Sandra from Grapevine. If there's no tie, the last project that crossed the 150% capacity line will be accepted for the entirety of the project, or just the megawatt that fits into 150%?
It's the entirety of the project.
Thanks.
Silas, can you confirm there's no more questions in queue?
Okay, well, let's go to the next slide.
Next slide.
So these slides get into the merchant financed option. Let me get to the right slide here. So this particular item has very little changes from the prior proposal. It's basically unchanged other than one particular item, which is really we decided within the merchant option that we decided that we'd use that 50 megawatt threshold for determining whether a zone is actually a merchant zone or a TPD option zone, to where if there's less than, I don't remember if it's 50 megawatts or less than 50 megawatts, but the 50 megawatt threshold, that if there's not at least 50 megawatts of available capacity, that we're going to make it a merchant zone. We thought it wouldn't be appropriate to say, oh, we've got 49 megawatts, so there's going to be a TPD option zone, but we're only going to accept 49 megawatts capacity. So we might as well open it up as a merchant zone. So that's the main change we've done for this one. So again, just kind of reiterating where we're at with this is from the prior proposals, that only projects seeking to interconnect in an area that have available capacity or planned TPD capacity are eligible to select the merchant option. And merchant options are not eligible to seek interconnection in zones where available capacity exists and project cannot switch to the merchant option if not selected through the scoring process. So those are items that we've got a number of comments from stakeholders on, but we really felt it's really appropriate to narrow these down, as Danielle talked about earlier when we did the test for 150, using the 150 based on the current status for cluster 15. We ended up with a number of projects that we felt was kind of at the limit that we could actually study within the time frame that FERC gives us in the order 2023. And if we would open up the various zones to merchant projects plus the original, those that are seeking to get or use the existing capacity, it would add many more projects. And in addition, it would be a two-step process where we'd have to do a study for those who are seeking to use the available transmission capacity. And then we'd have to do another study to determine what particular upgrades are needed beyond those projects to meet those that are in the merchant option process. And to do that, we don't feel that we can actually accomplish that kind of two-step study process within 150 days that FERC has given us to do our cluster study work. And then continuing on, projects requiring LD&Us will be eligible for cost recovery of those of financial security posted for those LD&Us, and projects are eligible to receive congestion revenue rights for any AD&Us that are built. And then for projects that want to go ahead and go through the merchant option process, they'd be required to post $1,000 or $10,000 per megawatt for their project with a minimum of $500,000 and a maximum of $5 million. And that would be due by the time the cluster window closes. And 50% of that deposit would be non-refundable once the validation due date has been reached. And projects that compete for the cluster studies will be required to increase their, that complete their cluster studies will be required to increase their merchant AD&U commercial readiness deposit to 50% of the cost of that particular upgrade. And if projects withdraw, 50% of that is non-refundable. That is another item that we did adjust. Originally, we were proposing that none of it would be refundable once you reach the 50%, but we got some comments that persuaded us that we should lower that to where at least 50% of that deposit is refundable. And then merchant projects will not have to compete for the TPD allocation process. And I say under most circumstances, and that's going to be covered in the next slide. So let's go to that slide. Oh, sorry, I should have told you before. One more slide. Okay, so once a merchant project executes its GIA, the AD&Us that are needed for those projects are determined that they are going to move forward. So we will put those additional projects or the AD&Us that are needed, we'll put those into the base case for the next TPP study cycle. So at that point, we won't be doing any studies to determine if that kind of an AD&U is needed in the future, because it will be actually in the base case. And the merchant option projects must then fund the AD&U to proceed and proceed as a merchant option project. And then on the other side of that, if in the future a TPP determines that a merchant funded AD&U is needed to support the CPC portfolio before the merchant option projects sign their GIA, then the merchant projects will be released from their obligation to fund the AD&U and will be refunded their deposit once they execute the GIA. And at that point, since a merchant project, when it's funding an AD&U, is guaranteed the TPP or TPD capacity for their projects to make them deliverable, we thought, okay, we need to do something in this case where they've gone this far down the process, they've been planning for it. Now all of a sudden the TPP has decided that they're going to put that project in and have it as a board approved policy driven upgrade. Then they should still have first rights for those for an allocation for that capacity. So we've offered that they can have that capacity reserved for them for a period of up to 2 years. But within that time frame, they need to be able to retain that allocation by meeting the criteria of either allocation groups A or B. And if it's unable to do it within that time frame, they will be converted to energy only in the same way that all other projects that are seeking an allocation would be converted once they've reached the end of their ability to seek an allocation. So with that, let's open it up for questions.
We do have a few questions in queue. There's some in the chat. I want to double check because some of them are from cluster 15 questions. Would you guys like me to read those?
They're related to cluster 15. Yeah, cluster 15 will be involved in this process. So
okay, yeah, okay, let me read it. So John Wolf from Energy asked, now that constraint mapping information has been published, if a cluster 15 POI, which initially requested FCDS study, is behind a 0 megawatt initially requested for for the TDP, sorry, let me go back. So, which initially requested FCDS study is behind a 0 megawatt TPD constraint during the October through December 2024 modification window prior to scoring. Could it elect to be studied for merchant deliverability or EO since it would be excluded from FCDS study?
So I believe I know what's being asked, and that's, the answer is no. If a project is not, it sounded like the premise of the question was around a project that's in a zone that has transmission plan deliverability available, but the particular POI that they are at, they don't have any capacity, so they would not be studied. So they cannot switch to merchant. We will not allow merchant projects within a TPD option zone. And that project can't convert to energy only either. So it's got to stay on the path that it selected when it put in its interconnection request.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Susan, your hand is raised.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I actually wanted to follow up on your question. It's not what I was going to ask, but in the modification window that starts out in October, could they not downgrade their deliverability to energy only and then go for the reimbursement or non-reimbursement option?
No, we're not in a process where someone's going to go down a path and then not be able to be selected because of scoring, and then, okay, I want to switch, and now we'd have to score it under a different process. We just don't have time to do that. So the project has to submit its interconnection request under one of the categories that are available, and then stick with that.
Oh, I was talking about cluster 15. I apologize if I wasn't clear.
Well, this is for cluster 15 and others, but are you talking about in general at this point?
No, I want to ask just this question about cluster 15. I understand what you're saying about in general. But if for cluster 15, you have a modification window without basically October or November, and people can make different changes during that time. But are you saying that one of the changes they cannot make is to downgrade their deliverability to energy only?
No, I think that is an acceptable change, that they could actually convert their project to energy only.
Okay, and then they could choose the reimbursement or the non-reimbursement option.
Right.
Okay, so that would, okay, all right.
Yeah, because really within cluster 15, everybody's going to be in a mode of, okay,
right,
what zone am I in? What options do I have?
Yes.
And so it's pretty wide open for changes. And really the biggest change that can't be done is we can't allow an increase of capacity.
Right,
And
okay.
change a POI within the zone that they're in.
Okay, good. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, so let me ask you the question I was going to ask, and it was how to do with the merchant option. And assume that you have, and I think this may be very typical, given the situation in those zones, you may have more than one project sharing an ADNU. So that's the nature of the questions. So the first question is, you actually mentioned this a little bit in the proposal, but then you can conclude for a reason I didn't quite understand that it wasn't a good idea. When you have all these things that are deposits that are non-refundable for the ADNU before the GIA is executed, then it seems to me that when the project it's non-refundable, the party that is sort of injured by the project withdrawing, and then the forfeit is actually the remaining projects that have to fund and pick up that share of the cost. And so wouldn't it make sense to take the non-refundable portion that was out of sacrifice of the ADNU deposit specifically for that ADNU and simply credit or give that to the remaining projects that would have to pick up the cost share?
Right. So we have what we call our non-refundable funds process.
Yes.
In place now, and we plan on using that for this particular circumstance. We didn't feel it was appropriate at this time to try to make changes to that process to make it somewhat different for this particular circumstance with a merchant option project for mainly some reasons around what we think is the best way to move forward with our FERC compliance filing, and then followed up by our filing for IPE, that we felt that it's partly covered by the FERC filing, so we didn't want to start messing with it and have FERC, put it at risk where FERC says, okay, you're trying to stray too far from the order. So we think this is something that if needed, that it should be handled in a future item.
Well, it just seems like that since you're already deviating from your current process by having a specific additional deposit beyond what's required for right now for an AD&U, that you could take that one further step and instead of just giving this back to a bunch of unconnected people who aren't harmed by this in the least, to give it back to the people that really are harmed by it.
Well, a portion of it goes to the projects that are still needed. So it's not like they wouldn't see any of the money.
Well, they would see hardly any of the money because depending on what it is they pay of the grid management charge or whatever it is. But the fact is that this is very specifically dedicated to this one and based on this one upgrade. And it is different from other upgrades and other general forfeits of security.
Well, the non-refundable funds does provide money to the PTO, and I'm trying to remember the term, construction credit or something. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but we do give the PTO funds toward a specific upgrade in that process. So
yeah, but what if the PTO is not building the upgrade?
Well, that's the way the process works. It still goes towards them, and so the money can be, if a project decides it's going to self-build or have a third party build it, it's the same thing with the standalone network upgrade process right now.
Yeah, but that only kicks in once the GIA is signed. That's when it goes to the PTO. That's when it's released. But beforehand, when the projects withdraw, it just seems like this is so very specific. This particular additional fund is so very specific that it really should go to compensate the parties that are harmed by the withdrawal, and not just they otherwise get just really if anything, a very, very small share of that. So we'll put it in comments, but I think it really is, fairness really dictates that the people who are harmed really should be the ones who get the money. So anyway, okay, I'll put that out there. The second question I had was on your slide 33 specifically here. It says once a merchant project executes the GIA, what if there are say 3 projects that are sharing the GIA and one of them is executed, and the others have not? At what point do they all have to execute for it to go into the base case for the TPP, or is it just when the first one does it, or does this go under when the first one? I mean, how would this work if this was shared?
So Susan, this is Deb.
Hi, Deb.
It's all in one GIA, so they all have to execute it for the agreement to be effective.
Well, if they've got 3 different projects, they wouldn't be executing one GIA.
I thought you just said it was one project.
No, she's talking about one EDU, but multiple projects are.
Yes. I'm talking specifically about a situation where you're sharing.
Under FERC Order 2023, the timing for people to execute their GIA it's basically at the same time. So we really don't think it's going to be an issue. Everybody's going to have to be executing their GIA at the same time.
Okay. Well, I think you at least should, and again, we'll put it in comments, but give some thought to the fact that sometimes, occasionally, one GIA may take a little longer for one reason or another. There's a modification. There's something, it doesn't always, just because you have a timeline doesn't always work out exactly that way. So anyway, I think I'd ask you to just give some thought to that and be a little more specific about it. So if it's when the last project executes, that's okay to say it that way.
So Susan, this is Deb again.
Yeah.
If we ever get back to page 46 of this presentation, you'll recall that the Queue Management Group has a initiative in the IPE whereby to the extent that there's an AD&U, a shared network upgrade that is across, let's say, 3 different projects, and some have signed and some have not signed, and somebody signs and does the notice to proceed.
Oh yeah, if you get to that, then everybody has to post. Yeah, I get that. Okay. But
so that's how it would work.
Yeah, but even then they may be parked, or there's other. I guess there's no parking anymore, so never mind about that. Okay.
If they're parked, they have to sign the EMP agreement.
Right. Okay. All right. But but then my question was how, with respect to what you've got here about whether it's in the TPP or not, or this timing thing on this one bullet. Would that be when the last one signs, the first one signs? Is it related to security and not executing the GIA, or what? I understand what you're saying and understand that proposal, but this seems like this talks about the TPP, and I just was trying to figure out the timing for that. So I will put it in comments. I don't know that we need to, torture you anymore on this one, but anyway, it's just a question. But we'll put it in comments, and you can think about it. And thanks.
Okay, we have Sanji.
Hi, Sonja from Great Bright. A couple of questions regarding the 50 megawatt threshold for merchant option zones. So if the constraint impacts multiple zones and that constraint has some available capacity, how do you divide that capacity among the zones?
I don't know if Robert is on the line, but I'd defer to him.
This is Binay. I don't think there's a need to divide the capacity among the zones. Songji, I didn't understand why would you think we need to do that?
Merchant zone is the capacity with less than 50 megawatt. So if you have 100 megawatt behind the constraint, that constraint impacts 3 zones, you give how much do you give to each zone? So for the purpose of merchant zone or TPD zone.
Yeah, I think they're similar on the chat as well. So when it comes to TPD versus merchant zone, we have to look at it from POI by POI perspective. We cannot tell that based on constraint. So this is how I would put it. So that 50 megawatt is tied to the constraint, and if a constraint has available capacity less than 50 megawatt, basically we will say there is no capacity available, right? That's all the 50 megawatt is doing. If it has capacity greater than, and from there on, then we have to look at what are the POIs behind that constraint. And what we're saying is, if any POI in an interconnection zone has capacity, now I will skip the 50 megawatts, so you'll understand, when I say have capacity, it has to have greater than 50 megawatt. If any POI has that capacity, then it is a TPD zone. If not, then it's a merchant zone. So I still don't see the
So
need.
like a POI, you will tell us merchant zone or TPD zone before you open the window, right?
Yes.
So at that time, so you don't know the new IRs. You just based on what's already allocated. But at a particular POI, what's available depends on who else is in the queue, right? So
it will. Oh, okay. I think the missing point here is it will be when we make that determination. It will be based on the POI that has been studied.
Yeah, it has been studied. But you are looking at available. That's the future capacity at that POI, right? Not what's so the POI. Let's say this zone and this zone and another zone. They just behind one constraint, and we know from the constraint there's 100 megawatt capacity. But then when you look at the POI, you will see since the entire constraint has still 100 megawatts, so this POI also has 100 megawatt. Is that how you determine it?
Unless that POI is not behind any other constraint. So that's why just looking at from constraint won't tell you the full picture, right? Because when you look at the POI, that individual POI may be behind multiple constraints. So you have to look across all the constraints to be able to say whether that.
Make it simple. There's just one constraint. Just want to get understanding how you are going to determine that it's more than 50 or less than 50. It has to be based on the constraint impacting this zone, right? But
Yeah,
anyway,
we're not converging. So I would, rather than taking more time, I would ask you to put, if it's
I'll
still not
put in
clear,
the
put it in
comments.
the comment. Yeah.
Yeah. Then another thing is, so merchant zone is less than 50 megawatts, so there's still a little bit capacity there. If I have a 20 megawatt project, could I go to TBD allocation later and seek TBD and get rid of my ADNU responsibility?
I still have same issue when you say the merchant zone is less than 50 capacity. It is 50 is only telling us whether the constraint has capacity left or not. TPD or merchant zone is coming from looking at all the POIs in that interconnection. So we're still looking at it differently.
Okay, I'll put in comment. I think you defined the merchant zone using 50 megawatt available capacity. So I just wonder, there's still some capacity at some POI. So if I happen to be at that POI, could I seek TBD?
Sonja, I'm not sure I follow the question either, but there may not be, there could be 49 megawatts, and if you put in a 20 megawatt project, then you wouldn't have any upgrades for deliverability, so you would.
But there are other, this cluster study, right? So together with other project, I have to pay for ADNU. But if I go to the TBD allocation and the project scores high enough, it could get TBD allocation, then would that be removed from that ADNU responsibility?
Yeah, I don't know either, but that seems like a third layer of hypothetical questions, so I'm not sure it's worth pursuing in the group discussion here.
Okay, I'll just put in comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and take Dawn first, and then we'll go to Virginia.
Well, I was going to ask a clarifying question, but I think I got the answer to it. But I was just going to add that this confusion is around, I think, people using the term zone and constraint as synonyms. And as long as once you get over that hurdle, it starts to make a little bit of sense. But if you think about what the words really mean, it confuses the heck out of me, I know. So I think, the 50 megawatts. So if there's 50 megawatts available on a constraint, then that's going to be a TPD deliverability constraint. If there's less than 50, then that's a merchant constraint.
Yeah, we've got to do something that's a little bit less granular to determine what zones, because we will have zones. We'll have TPD option zones and merchant zones. So if there is a constraint within a zone that has available capacity more than 50 megawatts, then that whole zone is going to be a TPD option zone, even if numerous POIs within that zone don't have any available capacity. But if no particular constraint within a zone has at least 50 megawatts, then it's a merchant zone. So we can't do this by saying we've got, 200 zones and here's the capacity behind each zone, and we're going to treat each one as a separate, whether it's merchant or TPD option. So we're doing this more aggregated by zone. But then once you submit, once we open the zone and designate it either a TPD option zone or a merchant zone, then it gets down to the next layer of disaggregation to figure out, can my project move forward or not?
Okay, so let me see if I can figure this out. So if there are, let's say there's 5 constraints in a zone, and one zone has 50 megawatts of deliverability. One constraint, sorry, yes, thank you. See, I've confused myself. One constraint has 50 megawatts and the other 4 have 0. Then you're saying that zone would be a TPD zone.
Correct.
And then, but if we had another group of 6 constraints that only had one constraint with 10 megawatts of capability, but that would now be those 6 constraints together would be a merchant zone.
That's correct.
All right. So when we're determining the 150% in terms of projects that we're going to accept, we're doing it on a constraint by constraint basis, even though the zone may have more or less than 50 megawatts.
That's correct.
So the statement earlier, the discussion that we had, where if the constraint has more than 50, that's what determines whether it's a merchant zone or a TPD zone, was actually inaccurate. It really is if the sum of, is it a
It
single?
would be more accurate to say that's a determination whether the project can move forward. It could, so a project could say, I'm applying in a TPD zone and there's capacity there, but I'm at a constraint that has no capacity. That project is therefore dead and it can't move forward in that zone.
So, okay, so the zone really only applies for this determination between merchant and TPD. But from everything else in terms of getting into the interconnection queue and all of that, that's based upon the actual constraint and whether there's availability at that given constraint up to 150%.
That's correct. And I think that answers some of the questions that are online as well.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah. So Don asked a part of my question, but just to put a finer point on it, I think Robert answered this too. Actually, I have 2 questions. One is, if the 50 megawatt threshold for determining whether the zone is merchant or TPD, so you have this remaining 50 megawatts of deliverability that's now in a merchant zone. What happens to those 50 megawatts? I thought I heard Bob say if you have a 20 megawatt project and that's the only one, it gets 20 of the 50. But if you have a bigger project, does it get pro rata? What's happening to those 50 megawatts so they're not wasted?
Yeah. If a project can fit without an upgrade, then it can actually move forward without, if it's in a merchant zone, it could move forward and say no ADNUs are needed for this particular project because it fits within, within the constraints it's behind. But a larger project that says, well, there's 30 megawatts there, but it's a 60 megawatt project. It doesn't fit. It needs an ADNU, and therefore it would have to fund an ADNU.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was, I heard you mention that you can switch to the merchant option if you're not selected in a TPD zone. No, I didn't hear that.
No, you did not.
I heard that incorrectly. I was going to ask how that works, but my question's moot. Thanks.
Oh, go ahead.
This is Alan Combs. Earlier, I think this is relevant here because earlier it was asked about how you manage like cases when there's a merchant or like a TBD case. And I think you do have that issue in that a merchant, an area designated as merchant might have had TBD in the prior cluster, might have TBD in a subsequent cluster. And through reassessment, you will have to merge up those cases. So I think how you handle the capability of the ADNU v's other capability in that area will eventually have to be addressed. So maybe I'll make that statement. I don't know if you have to answer it for this QI process, but I mean, an area is an area. It's only like a merchant area, like in one cluster, right?
If I understand what you're saying, it could be where, here's an example. Project comes in, a merchant zone, it's willing to move forward. It's got an ADNU that it's funding, and then some new TPP comes available for the next cluster.
Let's say dropouts.
It could be, that could happen as well. You got some withdrawals and that we're planning to use the existing ADNUs. Now they've withdrawn. So there will have to be some kind of true up in those kind of cases. Because we don't want to be in a mode where we're going to be forcing people to build ADNUs that we really don't think are necessary. So we'll have to deal with that. So remind us of that. If I'll put it in my notes, but put that in your comments if you would.
Okay, let's go and have Jasmine, AES.
Hi, this is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. I just wanted to get a feel of why 50 megawatts was the cutoff between merchant and TBD zones.
Robert or Renee?
Well, just based on my observation, most projects are greater than 50 megawatts. So that seemed like a good cutoff.
Okay, but like, given that you guys aren't going to be able to give us like a zone capacity or capacity number for every one of the zone, are we going to be able to know like where has less than 50 megawatts in order for us to submit a project there? Because I'm just seeing the risk that like we might think is greater than 50 megawatts, submit a project, but then you can't switch it over to merchant because it turns out it was like 49 megawatts only available.
Yes, I think it's Bob already said that that information will be provided, or Benet, somebody already said that that information will be provided before the request window or whatever it's called is opened.
Okay.
Yeah, the zones will be classified as merchant or TPD zones. So when you make your application, you'll know, right, Bob?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead,
Yeah, this is Don from CISA. Can I follow on to that? I think the concern I have is actually the other direction, not whether you've called it a merchant zone or not, because then the interconnection customer has the option to fund it. But what if we go through and sum up all the constraints in a zone and it's 51 megawatts? Well, I can guarantee there's probably going to be one project, that we would, there's not going to be a lot of projects that are going to be competing for that. It's probably just going to be one.
Hard to know.
Okay, let's go take Sushant.
Clearway Energy. Bob, I was wondering if you mentioned that this has to be less granular. Why can't we eliminate this labeling of zones and instead just transform this entire framework based on constraints? I think it'll just make everything much cleaner, right? Because then suddenly everything starts to make sense. If you call a constraint as a merchant constraint or a TPD constraint, engineers are going to do everything based on constraints. I think we are just tying ourselves down to this concept of zone and creating another level of abstraction that's creating a lot of confusion. What if all of these calculations, study cap calculation, selection of project, if all of this is just done on this framework of constraints, wouldn't that make it much cleaner? I understand there's number of constraints is now like 80 plus. But when you're evaluating a zone, engineers are going into each of those constraints anyways. Then why not just make this entire framework based on constraints? Just feel would be much cleaner. And Robert, Binay would like to hear your thoughts as well.
Bob, I can help out there if you like.
Yeah, why don't you? Yeah, I was looking for you guys to chime in first on that. I don't know the level of effort to be able to do something.
Yeah, so Sushant, the purpose of the zones, in my mind, at least the benefit of the zones, is to separate out the merchant projects from the TPD allocation projects. As you know, we can't study them together. They need to be studied serially. And so the purpose of the zones is to separate them.
Right, and I was hoping that, so there are constraints that we know have zero TPD. So anybody who's requesting to be connected behind those constraints, label all of them as merchant. And you have that separation. And I think where it helps.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. We need to study them simultaneously, like Benet said. We don't have time to do one study, finish it, and then go to another study. We need to study them all simultaneously So they need to be electrically separated as much as possible.
Yeah, I just feel because now, I mean, on one hand, we are also saying that a zone cannot really have a single number because there's multiple constraints. We are setting ourselves up for creating gaps here where there may be nested constraints where there is one tiny constraint inside that has 0 TPD, but projects connecting there will still not be eligible for merchant because it's in a TPD zone, which does not align with the spirit of this merchant option to start with, right? Because within that TPD zone, there could be a reasonable ADNU behind this small innermost constraint. And now we have just eliminated anyone's ability to connect there. But yeah, I mean, we'll put it in a comment. It will be a departure from the zonal concept that has been around for a while, but I think it may just make things clearer moving forward.
So Shashank, I think what Robert's point is, what you're suggesting is rather than having, whatever, trying to remember the number of zones we have across the system, 12 different zones, so we do 12 different studies and all the projects are studied together within those zones. In order to do what you're requesting is either we do it in a two-step process, which we don't have time for, or we end up with 120 different study zones that we have to study individually.
Well, I think the 80 constraints get studied anyways, right? Today we call them 12 or 15 zones, but I think the studies do evaluate all constraints. So I think the studies will be the same amount of work. It's just how you're gathering all that information and how you're accounting for capacity behind each constraint and eliminating that extra abstraction where all these constraints you have to now define which of them are behind certain zones, and there is a lot of imperfect assumptions in there where the art piece comes in. And I'm thinking if we stick to just constraints, we just eliminate that ambiguity or abstraction. The study
I'm not
effort
sure what the basis is of your claim there, because if you look at the GitApp tariff right now, or the GitApp BPM, no, I guess it is tariff appendix CD, it basically says we'll study all the option A projects first, then we'll create a new base case, and then we'll study the option B projects.
Yeah, so that two-step issue, I get that. That may be an issue here, but that may be
Well,
the trade-off
that's
between-
exactly the issue that we're pointing to.
And maybe the question is it worth taking that extra time to solve this issue of ambiguity between zones and constraints? Because if you...
Well, we have to argue that in front of FERC, and I don't think we want to do that. We have 150 days.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Timing is an issue, but I still feel that if we start calling merchant constraints and merchant and TPD constraints, everything just starts to make sense and all these questions go away. So we'll put it in our comments. Yeah,
And
thanks.
put in your comments, maybe there'll be something we can consider, at least for providing information.
Okay, do we still have, Sanju, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, I want to echo Sushan's comments. I think the two-step study is not necessary if you predefined merchant POI and TPD POI. Now you do have a clear boundary. You don't really need that iteration because they belong to different constraints, so there's no interaction between them anymore, and you can run them simultaneously. We'll put in our comments as well.
Okay, I don't see any more questions in queue. Would you guys like to go to slide 34? Okay, slide 34.
One more slide. I'm trying. Oh, there we go. Great. Okay, so for the TPD allocation process modifications, we put out a proposal within the draft final proposal. I got comments. We were thinking that it might be possible that if we got enough stakeholder agreement with the proposal, we could move directly into the final proposal for that particular discussion topic. However, we got enough people asking that we would go ahead and move this into a track 3 and not try to cram it into the final proposal and take it to the board in May. So we committed to do that and did not provide any further discussion of this proposal, proposed modifications within the final proposal paper. So we are committing to do a track 3. We've looked at the schedule. We originally were thinking about taking this to the ISO board for approval in July, but looking at the schedule, it's just too tight and just wouldn't really allow stakeholders enough time to really to have enough input and to kind of grapple with the proposal and for us to work through what is going to get us enough consensus to take it to the board that quickly. So unfortunately, there's not another board meeting until October 3rd. And so that's kind of what we're targeting at this point. So part of the stakeholder comment template is going to be, what do you think of that? Is that something that you would agree with, that we should move a little bit more slowly and go to the board in October versus trying to work more quickly and try to come to, it would basically be the next paper would be a draft final proposal and then a final proposal in order to meet the July board meeting, which I don't think most stakeholders would appreciate. So provide that in your comments. And if anybody has any questions on that, that's all I've got for this particular topic.
We just got one question. Let's go ahead and take their question.
Hi, I'm Songja Zhu from Greenbrier. Just quick question. So for this track 3, are you still open for clarification or discussion on preserving TPD for long lead time resources?
Yes, that'll be part of the process.
Thank you.
Next, we do have Jen Scott. Please introduce yourself.
The question I had to do with the last section, which if I'm looking at it correctly in the spreadsheet that was posted yesterday, when you look in the northern substation area, all of the zones have available TPD capacity that exceeds 50 megawatts, which means they would all be TPD option zones. And so any POI request that falls under a constraint that has 0 will not be studied. And I want to understand, is that correct? And if so, that means that there would be 0 merchant studies conducted for those zones.
That is correct.
So I haven't looked at the southern substation list yet because it's out of my territory, but is that the case also for southern? And that do we have 0 merchant studies under the proposed criteria?
I think I need to defer to Robert or Benet, but I'm pretty confident that we've discovered zones that would be merchant zones for even under the existing conditions for cluster 15, not taken into account that based on the amount of capacity that gets allocated to cluster 14 in the allocation process that we're studying at this point, which may even open up more zones to be merchant zones. But Robert or Benet, do you have want to put a finer point on that?
Yeah, you're correct, Bob. The east of Pisgah zone currently would be a merchant zone. And right, and as we talked about earlier, after cluster 14 allocation, there could be more.
So the merchant will be very scarcely used for cluster 15.
We don't know. It depends on cluster 14. Like I said, right now, one of the however many zones we have, one of the 12 zones is merchant. currently, based on the data we put out there. But after the cluster 14 allocation, there could be more. We're hoping that there won't be a whole bunch more, but
You mentioned the
we'll find out.
PISGA zone, PISGAH, is that right?
Yes.
So it lists 68 plus 1627 TPD available. That's the one you say is merchant? It well exceeds 50. I don't think I'm understanding this correctly.
Yeah, we still need to provide the zonal boundaries, I suppose, but yes, that one would be merchant, mostly because of the or entirely because of the Lugo-Victorville constraint.
Okay, thank you.
And just to reiterate what I mentioned earlier, we have an allocation group D currently that allows projects that do not have a PPA, are not shortlisted, to seek an allocation, get an allocation, and if they do get an allocation, they have 1 year to be able to retain that allocation through either qualifying under Group A or Group B, allocation Group A or B. If they don't, if they're not able to retain it under those conditions, then they will lose that allocation. That's something we put in a few years ago that we felt worked well in order to try to allow projects that are seeking to get a PPA to say, hey, you know, choose me, I've got an allocation now. Don't wait until after I get a PPA to determine if I can get an allocation or not. However, that does not work well under this new paradigm, if you will, that we'll be working with, where we're going to be studying the amount of capacity based on the amount of available capacity. And if allocation group D every year sucks up almost all the TPD allocation amounts, if only for 1 year, that's counterproductive to this overall process. So we'll be getting rid of, at least that's our proposal, to remove allocation group D in the future. So that will impact cluster 15, but if it goes forward, as I just suggested in the proposal, then cluster 16 will not be dealing with that issue. And if there are no more questions.
One more question, Jenny, please introduce yourself.
Hi, Jenny Miller, Utility System Efficiencies. Just following up on Sanjay's point about long lead time resources and saving that for that discussion further for track 3. You know, we went over early the scoring criteria of giving 100 points to long lead time resources, which, you know, we're having a hard time disconnecting that from, you know, in a sense of giving that priority for TPD. So just curious if there's any consideration for moving that 100 points to a later discussion in track 3.
I think we need to have the discussion in track 3. I don't think we're making any decisions now about what's going to be included in the final track 3 proposal or not. So I think we'll explore that interaction when we start track 3.
But in a sense, isn't giving the long lead time resources the 100 points as part of the scoring criteria, prioritizing them for TPD? I mean, because we're putting, that means that you're giving additional points to long lead time resources to be studied as part of the cluster process. And that increases their odds of getting deliverability, right? Because they're studied as in a zone that has TPD.
Yeah.
I don't think it necessarily gives them a faster track for deliverability. You know, part of the reason we're doing this is if you look at a long lead time project that takes years to develop and it has to go through a number of steps to in its development process, it may not have very high points in the rest of the scoring criteria, and most LSEs aren't going to be choosing that project because they're not seeking to procure a project that may be, you know, 10 years out, you know. So we just want to give them an opportunity to at least try to get studied so that they know what kind of upgrades they would need for their project to continue in their development process. So, we still have the criteria, at least as it is today, you have to have a PPA or be shortlisted to get an allocation. If a long lead time project has a COD 10, 12 years out there, it's not going to be able to meet either one of those two items right away. So I don't see it actually having a faster track to get an allocation.
Yes, this Alan Combs for New Energy Works Consulting. So you're trying to get track 3 done this year. You may have said this earlier, but for like the 2024, 2025 TPD cycle, you're expecting affidavits probably in Q1 of 2025 and allocations like sometime in Q1 or early Q2. Is that?
Yes. We went over that earlier this morning, I think, before you arrived, for a couple of reasons. The allocations for this year, and we're going to do away with this kind of multi-year designation for allocation cycles because it's been confusing to people. So for this year to the 2024 allocation.
Just when I finally learned how to call it describe it correctly.
So allocations are going to happen towards the end of May this year. And if we did the next cycle to where they'd have to retain it kind of on the old schedule of putting your affidavit in December, that's not very much time to market your project and try to firm up an allocation group D allocation by getting either a PPA or being shortlisted. So that's one reason we'd be moving it probably the earliest into Q1 2025. And there are others as well.
Okay, we do have a question. No more questions in the room. Okay, let's go ahead and Silas, let's go ahead and take questions in the WebEx. Alexi? Caller? Go ahead.
Your line is unmuted. You can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
And I apologize if you already covered this, but I'm still slightly confused. Just to confirm, if a POI is behind multiple constraints, each one of the constraints would need to have more than 50 megawatts of TPD available for it to be in the preferred zone. And if at least one of the constraints has less than 50 megawatt, it would be merchant. Is this definition correct, or am I missing something?
Renee or Robert?
I didn't hear the question very well. Renee, if you heard it.
I think I got it. Oh, I was going to say the merchant, and I don't know why we have this disconnect. The merchant and TPD is for the entire zone, not the POI. I hope at least that point is clear. Oh, go ahead.
By zone, you mean Fresno zone, Kern zone?
Yes.
Or what do you?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay,
the interconnection
I
study.
apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would make the zone merchant if there's some constraints that there's no less than 50 megawatt TPD available and it covers the entire zone? That would make the zone a merchant zone. Is this correct?
Yes. I'll repeat it in my word. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you look at every node in the zone and you cannot add a 50 megawatt generator at any of the nodes within that zone because they're behind at least one constraint that has less than 50 megawatts, that's a merchant zone.
Okay, that's perfect. That's helpful. And what if in the zone that's not a merchant zone? You know, for example, in Fresno, some areas you can add a generator and it could be deliverable. But then, for example, you know, some zones have more than 50, but the zones that have less than 50, or at least one of the constraints has less than 50, how would you classify that? Would you just classify it as a POI that's outside of the preferred zones, but it's not merchant?
Well, again, if you look at every node within a zone and you can't add that 50 megawatt generator on any of the nodes within that zone, it's a merchant zone. If you can add at least one 50 megawatt generator to one of the buses within that zone, and it's not behind, any constraints with less than 50 megawatts, that's a TPD zone. It's either one or the other. So basically, if there's no nodes with any capacity, then it's merchant. If there's at least one node with at least 50 megawatts, then it's a TPD zone. The entire zone, like Monet said.
And so just to add to that, kind of to take it to the next step, if there's at least one node that allows you to add a generator and it's a TPD option zone, you could find other POIs within that zone that are behind constraints that have zero capacity. So there could be, POIs that a project would select if they don't do their homework that doesn't allow them to be studied because there's no capacity behind that particular POI.
Okay, this is helpful. Thank you for addressing the question.
Virginia with Nextera. And just to elaborate on that, I think part of my confusion is, so east of Pisgah is a zone, and let's just look at that because I'm seeing sort of three constraint areas there. One has 1,600 megawatts, one has 68 megawatts, and the third has 0 megawatts. But I thought I just heard someone confirm that this is a merchant zone, but I can identify two constraints there where I can add a very large resource to the grid. So why would that be considered a merchant zone?
Well, because if you look at the diagrams, I think there were two files posted yesterday. I think it sounds like you're looking at one of them, but there's another one that shows the geographic map, if you will, of each constraint. And if you look at the Lugo-Victorville constraint, it's a fairly large geographic area, and it encompasses the entire east of Pisgah zone. I think we have a map out there with the zones as well. So if you overlay the east of Pisgah zone on that Lugo-Victorville zone, you'll see that that the one zone that you're seeing with zero capability entirely covers the east of Pisgah zone. We're still working on trying to provide all the nodes in the zone. Even that'll be a little bit of work, but it's easier to look at the diagrams, which I think are out there.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't looking at all the information.
Okay, next we have Derek. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Derek Sunderman with Savient. In the example that you provided of a TPD zone where you have, say, one switch station there that does have TPD, does CAISO actually perform an evaluation to determine if, even though it shows up in a model as having TPD, whether or not realistically a GenTie can actually access that station or the open breaker position or whatever you may have there?
That's part of the study.
So if after you go through that study and you find that it's not accessible, is it switched from being a TPD zone to a merchant zone?
No.
So if it's not switched to a merchant zone, does that mean it's going to continue to be identified as a TPD zone even though it's not accessible with a GenTie?
I guess if we run into that exact situation, we might have to rethink it, but
we see it all the time.
It's fairly hypothetical.
Oh, it's not too hypothetical. We've seen it. You know, there's
How is
plenty
that
of
possible?
switch
This
stations.
is a process that hasn't even been implemented yet.
No, I'm saying that there are switch stations out there that in a model indicate that there is injection capability. And we find that there's water barriers, highways, freeways, railroads, coal piles, ash piles, all sorts of things that prevent us from getting to that switch station, mountains, valleys, all sorts of things.
So I understand. It's hard to get projects permitted for things like that. So I'm just saying that there's several conditions that need to be met. And if we run into all those conditions being met frequently, then we'll have to think about, what we're going to do. But that's just one of many possibilities of things that will need to be refined.
Okay, we do have, we're almost trying to see if we can move to the next topic, but Sanji, do you want to go next for the question here? Go ahead.
Hey, Robert, quick question. The result you posted yesterday, the constraints table, does that incorporate all the deliverability methodology changes?
No.
Oh, okay. So like the 10% threshold for 5 kV, it's not reflected in that.
That's correct. Those are just results we already had, mostly from cluster 14 phase 1.
Oh, for phase 1, not phase 2. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no more questions in queue. We're ready for the next topic, contract and queue management. Slide 37.
I think Jason is queued up and he's going to start. So, and Jason's virtual, so if we can just make sure he's unmuted.
Yeah, just a quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining, whether in person or virtually. I do wish I was there in person, but nonetheless, I'm here. So let's get started. Just a quick summary before we dive into all the topics. We did receive just a few comments on a few topics, but overall not a lot of comments on many of the queue management proposals in general. So there's not any significant changes as we roll through all of the queue management slides. There are a few clarifications that we did make both in the paper that we'll hit and touch on here on the slide. So I am going to cruise through the slides pretty quick. If anybody, because they're consistent with the previous presentation and paper, if anybody does have questions, happy to stop and talk through them. So the first topic here is limited operation studies. Again, we are extending the time to submit the limited operation study from 5 months to 9 months. There was discussions previously and requests to extend further than 9 months. We just can't do so because of or to ensure that we have accurate operating information and ensuring reliability within the system. We will be updating the BPM to clarify that when an MMA request is submitted in parallel with or at the same time as a limited operation study being completed, that the MMA must be validated prior to the LOS proceeding forward. This has occurred a few times. It doesn't happen often, but it's just a clarification that we can point to in the queue management team. We can move to the next slide, please. We are proposing to revise attachment 7 of the small generator interconnection agreement to be consistent with the appendix H of the large generator interconnection agreement to bring the inverter requirements into consistency for all projects in the ISO rather than bifurcating the small versus large projects. TP deliverability transfer limitations. No changes here, but to highlight the points, projects transferring TPD will be withdrawn from the queue upon approval of such transfer request. The ISO will forego such withdrawal of the transferring project if the transferring project provides an energy-only power purchase agreement or PPA at the time of such transfer request. And then TPD between resources and technologies, just to clarify, within the same queue number is not considered a TPD transfer. So if you're transferring from solar to battery or vice versa, that would not be considered in this limitation. Not seeing any hands on WebEx. Is there anybody in the room with questions before I go on to CVC?
No, there isn't.
All right, great. Let's keep cruising. We can go to the next slide, please. Great. So for commercial viability criteria, nothing on this slide changed from the last presentation, so I'll just hit a few points. We did adjust the time in queue from 7 years to 5 years from the facility study results following Order 2023, and this is applicable to Cluster 15 and later queues. All projects in Cluster 14 and earlier will follow the timelines established in the table below. Providing proof of having an executed power purchase agreement. To note here, the TPD status and requirements must match the project's TPD status within the ISO. If a PTO extension causes a loss of a PPA, the customer will have 12 months to execute a new PPA or demonstrate a shortlist. And then if shortlisted, we'll have an additional 12 months to execute a PPA that's consistent with the current retention criteria established in the seeking TPD and retention process today. Projects will have to provide financial security postings consistent with today's Appendix DD tariff or deposits applicable to or as applicable in Order 2023, demonstrate 100% site exclusivity, have an executed GIA and remain in good standing, and then provide a detailed status and demonstration of specific criteria that the project has relative to construction milestones, etc. And let's cruise to the next slide. I'm gonna get through the CVC items and we'll pause. I see there was a written comment here, but let's get through everything and then we can come back. The CVC, just to clarify, the CVC requirements that we're proposing here do not rely on a project's commercial operation date, long lead upgrade, procurement needs, long lead development timelines, such as offshore wind or geothermal, nor does it depend on the TBD status. And we're just, it's important here to clarify that this is providing an equal and reasonable timeframe and flexibility for all projects to seek a TBD allocation, park as needed under today's process, potentially being removed in later proposals. Plenty of time to execute the interconnection and proceed towards development, design development, and ultimately commercial operation. And next slide, please. And then annually, the project, once a project has met the commercial viability criteria, it'll need to demonstrate annually specific and distinct progress that it's more or less in summary proceeding to commercial operation in an efficient manner, right? So the idea here is we don't want to see projects meet CVC with a, generally, I'll use the word bogus PPA just to have met the criteria, but then only sit in the queue longer to try and obtain a different PPA that they're actually going to build on, right? We want to see the PPAs being executed and developed too. And we need to see the development and construction activities being, progression being made to ultimately achieve commercial operation based on the timelines being established when they met CVC. And next slide, please. All right, and there's just 2 bullet points here that we added in the paper for clarification. I will walk through them just for the purpose of hitting each point. Projects that meet CVC only for a portion of the project will be required to downsize to the capacity that meets the CVC requirements. The ISO will assess, if a project submits a suspension request, when that suspension request is submitted, the ISO will determine whether that suspension impacts the commercial viability criteria. If it does, the project must meet CVC requirements at the time it enters suspension. And really, this is just to avoid projects lingering in the queue and ultimately avoiding the requirements that are established. Projects will not have an option to construct as a merchant plant or proceed without a PPA and proceed to construction without having met and continue to meet the CVC requirements. This will eliminate the monthly and quarterly status report submissions currently established today. And then the 2 points of clarification we added in the paper, the first one being current CVC policy will remain applicable to all Cluster 14 and earlier projects. Really, this is to ensure that projects that may not have achievable milestones today still remain accountable for the policy that's established when they receive their deliverability and proceed to construction and development as originally intended, and do not avoid potential impact to the project or the system. And then the second bullet here, the final bullet on the page, is after CVC is met, the projects are prohibited from changing point of interconnection, project site location, changing technology or fuel types, and this includes the addition or conversion to energy storage. And I believe the next two slides are the tables that identify the due dates for construction. I'm gonna, for the sake of time, avoid or not go through these specifically. But let's pause here for questions. Betty Fung, I see you have a question here. Please clarify that merchant projects in CAISO is not possible altogether, since CVC requirements must be met to construct a merchant plant or proceed without a PPA, and the very first CVC is PPA. So I think, Bob, I'll be looking for your collaboration here on this answer. My initial thought here would be, if a project elects to go the merchant route and pay and fund the upgrades that are identified in the study results, that it can proceed to do so, and the expectation is that that construction activity would start immediately following, well, I guess you know, study results received, the project would then execute the interconnection agreement, provide notice to proceed, and proceed through development. There would be no delay. There would be no delay in developing that project if the project is proceeding as a merchant project. Bob, do you have anything to add or any other thoughts to that? And yes, no PPA would be involved. Well, yeah, because you're building as merchant, and the theory there is coming online as a project without a PPA, but that would be identified in your interconnection request application, right? Okay, Bob.
Sorry, Jason, I've been talking, but I've been muted and didn't realize it.
Oh,
I got my green light, you know, that should do it. So at any rate, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think the terms of the GIA would really specify, you know, how it moves forward, you know, depending on the times to construct the various upgrades and those type of things. But, yeah, you know, a merchant project is not having to wait for an allocation unless, you know, later on the TPP decided to build it before it's signed as a GIA. But that's probably going to be a rare circumstance because GIAs have to be signed pretty quickly after the study process.
Yeah, Bob, what's the expectation for merchant plans to enter the GIAs? Well, I know the signing GIAs timeline is relatively established, especially in Order 23. But is there specific expectations for proceeding to construction and developing the project immediately following that GIA execution, or what's the risk that projects linger in the queue?
We haven't spelled out specific criteria that says, you know, they have to move forward as quickly as possible. That's something I think we'll have to probably deal with a little bit more thoroughly, either in the BPM or in the tariff.
Okay. So another written comment here just came in. Is it correct that any existing project in the queue, including energy only, will need to meet all CVC requirements, including a PPA, by the date the table in order to not be withdrawn? The answer is yes. All projects in the queue must meet CVC, including having a PPA, by the date identified in the tables and in the paper. And that includes energy only projects that if you're building a project as energy only, a PPA is required to build as energy only. All right, and there's one hand raised by Vinit.
Okay, let's go ahead.
There is a requirement of CVC. Let's say like for cluster 14, that's 2028, and after So as I understand this, cluster 14 has to demonstrate CVC after April 2028, right? Because they are past 7 years in the queue at that point.
I don't know who has control of the slides. Can we go to the next slide, please? The answer is yes. So for cluster 14, CVC would need to be met or demonstrated by April 30th, 2028.
And if a cluster 14 project that has a long duration network upgrades of like 70 months, 80 months, something like that, which puts its COD, phase 2 COD beyond 2028, so like 2031, then is the project relieved of meeting CVC till 2031 or phase 2 COD, achievable phase 2 COD?
So the CVC requirements will not change. A project must meet all CVC by April 30th, 2028, regardless of the COD date that may be beyond that. So let me try and restate your example in different words and see if this makes sense. So if a project has a 72-month or longer long lead upgrade, and the current COD is identified in 2031, the project theoretically must start construction well before this 2028 date, right? So even if it had a 5-year long lead item and it had a COD of 2033, theoretically the project must start construction before the CVC requirement. And for it to start construction, theoretically it would need to have a PPA in place. It would have to have its GIA signed, be in good standing, have started construction, provided notice to proceed, provided all its funding to the PTOs, et cetera, well before this CVC requirement. So again, kind of reiterating a little, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, I don't think projects should start construction well before 2028 to meet 2031 COD. The network upgrade should, for sure, because that's putting the COD beyond 2031. But the construction of the project itself doesn't need 70 months for construction.
Okay.
Yeah. So between 28, yeah. So I think between 2028 and 2031, the project still doesn't get like an extension, which is very similar to like a PTO delay concept. I mean, why is it different than a PTO delay, where PTO delay is just known at later point, where here we just know upfront what the network upgrade timelines are?
Yeah, there is no extension to this. You know, if a project I agree with you that a project itself, so if you're building a battery storage facility, 200 megawatts, and it takes 12 months to build a 200 megawatt battery facility, that's fine. But the project, in order to meet the 2031 timeline and COD, must engage in providing notice to proceed and PTO start construction with long lead out well in advance of the CVC demonstration here. And the idea is that the project is not going to fund all of those upgrades and begin that construction activity without a PPA in place.
Yeah, I think my concern is project is ready to provide NTP, provide its cost of network upgrades, which are in the GIA, but I think it's just putting the CVC, needing CVC by a certain date without looking at this phase 2 COD is unnecessary, because NTP is when GIA says that you need to give NTP by whatever X date to meet your COD. But we'll put that in comments. And another question I had was the annual demonstration of CVC. So once a project receives TPD So for example, a cluster 14 project receives a TPD in this cycle, then till 2028, there is no quarterly reports or annual demonstration of CVC. Is that correct?
The annual demonstration of CVC is different. I'm sorry, it's the annual demonstration of TPD and CVC would be applicable to cluster 14 and earlier. And that will remain true until these dates that we're seeing on the screen here are achieved.
Okay, so a cluster 14 project that receives a TPD, this TPD cycle, in order to retain TPD, it has to show annually the CVC for TPD retention till 2028?
Correct. Well, yeah, so I think by way of example, if a cluster 14 project said that it had a PPA and received a TPD allocation in group A, better example, then it must annually demonstrate that it retains that TPD with that PPA. Is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jason, we do have a question in the room. Let's.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, this is Alan Combs with New Energy Works Consulting. Jason, I guess I know this was raised in comments, but the PTO, I understand the rationale for this proposal, and you've addressed the comments, but what we saw in the phase 2 studies is so far off in cluster 14 compared to what's on this table. The PTOs, for example, assume at least, I think, 320 days between receipt of a phase 2 study and start of project management, which I don't even know if they know how to accept an NTP before that. And one PTO, I think, assumes 420 days. That's 420 days just to sign an IA and create a budget and get started with project management. So no, they're not going to start any construction activities. And yet, there's a disconnect between that and the assumptions you have in this table that somehow, you'll have a signed IA by April 30th, in 2026. So I guess my comment is, I understand the rationale for CVC, but it'd be nice if the PTOs were held to a similar standard. And I do think something equivalent to a PTO delay should be part of this. I mean, yes, maybe you still need to show viability, but these timelines are being driven by PTO delays, not generator delay, interconnection customer delays.
So Alan, this is Deb. Could you go ahead and expand a little bit more as to this 400 days? The tariff requires 120 days, and I know that both Edison and PG&E are setting themselves up for the 120 days. So where's the 400 days coming from?
Well, I'll follow up in comments, but if you take every study report for, I think since the beginning, for years now, has earliest achievable COD.
Oh,
right.
Okay, COD, not the execution of the GIA.
Well, but in there is a couple components. Sorry, well, if I may, there's a table that shows earliest achievable ISD, earliest achievable COD, but it basically takes the day you get the phase 2 study, it ignores parking, so it's not cognizant of that, but it adds time for, the lead time for basically the longest lead time of the construction. But in addition to that, it adds a period to negotiate and sign an IA and initiate project management. And that is at least 320 days. And for one PTO, it's like 420 days in all those tables. And I'll send some documentation on this, but I do think you need to, I recommend you kind of do a reality check of some of these timelines against what, the PTOs and the CAISO are issuing in the phase 2 studies. That's all. I mean, they'll say they're going to tender one, in May, but in terms of the dates that drive commercial opportunities, they add those timelines I've described.
Alan, I'm struggling to see how the GIA execution correlates to the CVC requirement that we're looking at on the screen here. Maybe if you could add that in your
You keep saying without a lot of justification that a entity needs to start demonstrating CVC by these dates, but we would like the PTOs to not take 420 days. But if you wonder why we're scratching our heads why we should be initiating construction, I mean, that's why the timelines we're being presented with are so far out, right? And so the idea that we'd have to start demonstrating CVC years before we might even have a sign, or the same year we have to sign an IA is really having us scratch our heads. I mean, for example, if the project parks, there's no way it's going to have a signed IA in April 2026. And even if the project doesn't park, the PTO's expectation is that it'll be over a year before they have execute an IA and initiate project management. Yes, you can do it faster, but I guess I'd still ask why are you accepting those timelines there when you're imposing these timelines here? So.
Yeah, okay. I think I'll look for written comments here, Alan. I'm still struggling to see the exact correlation you're making between GIA and these timelines, but if you could document it somehow and identify the 400 days you're referring to and how it ties together, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
And Carlos through WebEx.
Gonzalez with Southern California 10. I just stepped away briefly, but is Alan Combs insinuating that PTOs take, in this case, SCE takes a considerable amount of time beyond the 120 days to tender and negotiate an agreement, up to 420 days? Did I hear him correctly?
Carlos, I'll give you a call separately, and I'll put this in comments. But Southern California routinely assumes over a year in the schedule presented to us, between issuance of the phase 2 study and the time at which project implementation initiates for determining the earliest feasible in-service date. So, but
I totally disagree with that. I mean, we give you the phase 2 study shows what the earliest achievable dates would be pursuant to the study, which may differ from what you propose, right, as a developer, right? And then we have the option, right, either to tender you an energy-only agreement in the interim while you wait for TPD results, right? Obviously, it's our preference to tender an agreement after you receive TPD results, because we don't want to waste your time or our time or even the CAISO's time if you're going to end up parking, right, after we tendered you an agreement. But my understanding is our track record at SCE is that we would complete that agreement within the prescribed timelines that have been meeting those timelines for the tariff. When we start construction, right, and we go through the EPIP process from an execution perspective, that may take, I believe now, about 2 to 3 months before the construction meeting kickoff is established. But the 420 days that you're referring to doesn't make sense to me at all.
All right, I said APTO, so one thing, and then second, I don't think the time. I'll provide comments, but I don't think the table presented assumes a full year of parking. I could be mistaken. I'm pretty sure that if we came back a year later.
I could tell you, Alan, that we're committed, like Debbie Levine said, we're committed to these timelines. We will meet these timelines under this proposal to attend those agreements for those projects that have not executed an agreement.
Okay, we'll take comment on this, but let's get back to the proposal. Or any other questions?
Yeah, thanks, Carlos.
You bet.
And Alan, I would say if you have a project, that my final comment would be, if you have a project that wants to proceed forward and sign the GIA and proceed to construction, have them do so. Have them reach out to the PTO. Don't just wait for the PTO to reach out to you, right? I mean, they have priorities they're trying to set forth as well, and it's a two-way street here. The phone goes both ways, per se, right? Okay. So,
well, I very much appreciate that, but you need to know that the IA, the dates in the IA, with very few exceptions, we are told have to reflect those earliest achievable dates, which have those have the dates I've described. So I'll provide data on that. Absolutely, on an individual basis, acceleration is possible, but those are the dates that have to go in the IA. At least that's what we've been told in results meetings.
Okay. Yeah, look forward to your comments.
We do have a question in the room. Go ahead.
Yeah, Omid Sarapian, PG&E. Just wondering, you guys, it says here that the project site location can't be changed after the CVC is met. Why is the project site location part of that?
I mean, the theory is you have a PPA, you have your GIA, you have everything in place, and you should be proceeding to construction and commercial operation ultimately, right? If you're just now changing your site location or proposing to change your site location, you haven't done anything, and that could potentially change your commercial offtake, and that basically almost restarts your project. And that's what we're trying to avoid here is, if you're going to develop and you're going to get a PPA, proceed to construction as you've proposed and it's been studied.
I guess if the timeline remains the same for COD, what is it? I understand the sensitivity, but if the timeline remains the same, then shouldn't you be able to change the project site location?
Yeah, the answer is no. I mean, in most cases, any project site location would significantly change the cost and timing of a project, and that's what we've seen historically with any project site location changes. So that's why we've restricted it here.
Yeah, Virginia Nextera. I think the one caveat to that is if you are permitting several hundred acres and just need a few for your project, I don't think you're necessarily starting over, right? You've got your permit. You're just changing the location on a larger site. Anyway, that's one of the caveats I can think of.
Okay, we do have another question in the WebEx.
Hi, this is Vinny from Clearway. On page 42, last bullet, it says you cannot change technology or fuel type after CVC is met, which is after 7 years. Isn't that already in the tariff where you cannot change technology or fuel type beyond 7 years?
It is, and we're just clarifying here that, again, like I just mentioned, that, once CVC is met, theoretically, you have a PPA, you have a commercial agreement in place, and you should be developing the project to proceed forward. So we're more or less reiterating the fact in the requirement or limitation.
I see. And does that include not changing technology or fuel type, but addition of a fuel type apart from energy storage, like a solar or something?
That's correct. For the same reason I just mentioned. Yep.
Okay, and same slide, page 42, second bullet where it talks about suspension. Can you maybe give an example of what this bullet is trying to say? The way I understand it is the currently allowed suspension is for a cumulative of 3 years. And if a project, let's say a class of 14 project, suspends in 2026, and then therefore it has a potential of suspending up to 2029, 3 years from 2026, then when it suspends in 2026, that's when it needs to demonstrate CVC rather than 2028. Is that what that second bullet is?
It didn't follow the exact dates, but
yeah.
yes,
So
if a project is 2 years from from needing to meet CVC and it requests a 3-year suspension, then yes, it would need to provide and demonstrate CVC at the time it requests suspension, and then maintain that CVC through its suspension as well. I can't imagine an off-taker being okay with a project suspending for 3 years, but hey, it's a wild world out there.
I see. And project is anyways demonstrating annual CVCs, right, along the way. So
I mean, if it's suspended, it's not doing anything. So there's some level of suspension that needs to be maintained there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for you, Jason, at this time.
All right, great. I think I have one more slide, and then I'll hand it off to Deb. We could go to 45. Great, thanks. No changes to modification request updates, but just to clarify, we are increasing the deposit to $30,000 and then increasing the timeline to complete the engineering analysis and FRR from 45 to 60 days. And as far as process updates go, without any full commitment in the tariff, we are working on hosting calls between the second and third validation turns to help bring some efficiencies to the validation process of modifications. Coordinating with PTOs on initial and subsequent validation reviews for the modification request. And then the last bullet here, we want to update the BPM for generator management. The projects must have started construction within 9 months of achieving their current synchronization or COD to submit a construction sequencing delay, more or less be under construction when you're requesting a construction sequencing delay. And that's the end of my slides. Deb, I'll go ahead and pass it to you.
Hold on, Jason, you have a question in the room.
Sorry, Jason, it's Virginia next
Yeah,
door.
no problem.
Just looking back a couple of slides regarding suspension. I was just curious, so the CAISO is going to assess CVC requirements before it approves a suspension, is that correct?
Correct, that's the idea.
And I was just wondering, I've been following key reforms elsewhere in the West, and I know that APA, I think it was APS, there was another TO in the West who had submitted to FERC a proposal that gave them permission to have certain stipulations in place before a generator was allowed to suspend, and FERC came back and denied them that clause. So I was just wondering, is this something that's kind of specific to Cal ISO that's kind of already in the tariff that you don't think it will be a problem, or do you think that that this might actually get FERC's attention? I think FERC's response to that TO was any generator can suspend for any reason without question.
Yeah, so if you recall, we had the proposal to remove suspension rights from the LGIA in previous iterations of the paper. We removed that topic for the reasons that you just mentioned. And we determined that, similar to today, right, a project that suspends will still need to be subject to the time and queue obligation, 7-year, 10-year and queue. And if it currently meets those or hits those requirements, that it must meet the requirements established for time and queue, et cetera. And then also TPD is applicable as well. So there are still limitations or requirements around suspension. And I guess our initial thought is, no, we don't think this would cause any issues with FERC relative to the APS or MISO proposals.
Thank you.
All right, next slide, please. All right. The first slide that I have is the earlier financial security posting for the projects for shared network upgrades. This is the proposal. It hasn't changed at all. To the extent that there is one entity that goes ahead and provides the notice to proceed and the security, the other entities that are a part of the shared network upgrade will be required within the 60 to 90 days to go ahead and execute either a EMP agreement or a GIA and post the funds so that the PTO can move forward. And I forget who it was, but someone asked if it was all of the network upgrades, and the answer is yes, all of the network upgrades. So if it's a PNU, ADNU, LDNU, NENU, it'll be treated this way. Next slide, please. So on this one, it's the same thing. It's a little bit of an expansion to the extent that a notice to proceed is provided to the PTO, then we'll go ahead and notify the other entities that the notice to proceed has been put forward, and we'll have in the tariff that the PTOs are to begin activities within 30 days of the notice to proceed and security posting. And there were no comments received on that proposal. Next slide. The implementation deposit. We're still proposing $100,000 for the ISO because of the long period of time that we do have the projects underneath us. Again, it's a deposit, so to the extent that we don't spend the money, it goes back to the interconnection customer once they achieve COD or withdraw from the queue, whichever comes first. And they will get interest associated with us holding the money, similar to any other account that we have. If the project is a WDAP project, it will have to go ahead and post $10,000 to cover the NRI process while it's going through that process. The only comment on that was that additional backup documentation, one entity would like to see additional backup documentation as to how we came up with $100,000. We'll be providing that as part of our transmittal letter to FERC. So that way we can go ahead and get all that information. And did I see a hand raised? Michael Berger. Go ahead, Michael.
Sorry, going back to the shared network upgrades topic. Interconnection customers can issue NTP for certain upgrades under an EMP agreement, so prior to an LGI being executed. Can we clarify that that would also trigger the funding from other shared parties?
Yes, that's exactly what that proposal is.
Upon GIA execution, a project can trigger NTP and fund, and that would trigger other parties to then sign an EMP. But what I'm describing is the first project has an executed EMP agreement, issues NTP on certain upgrades. That should then flow to the other shared parties as well.
The opposite way around.
Well, it's just saying there are
usually happen. It doesn't usually.
Well, we're doing it right now. So there are mechanisms for which you can accelerate the timing of those upgrades. And I just want to make sure it's not limited to having the I executed, because that can be delayed for other reasons. Whereas the EMPs are a little quicker to get executed. And this would be a good mechanism to force folks to also put in their share of the funding.
Okay. Our intent was that, to the extent an agreement is executed and the notice to proceed and deposit is paid by one entity for the shared network upgrade, that all entities would have to go ahead and put in their notice to proceed for that shared network upgrade along with the deposit. So I think that's consistent with what our intention was.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure. And then the last slide is on the phase angle measuring unit. And currently it's 30 samples per second, and that's insufficient. So we want 16 samples per cycle, and 16 samples per cycle equals 960 samples per second. So we're going from 30 samples per second to 960 samples per second. I'll get it right the last time around. Does anyone have any questions on that? All right, Danielle, back to you.
All right, thanks, Deb and Jason. So I think all we have left is just a quick update on the Track 2 schedule. Today is April 4th, and we have pretty much completed our stakeholder workshop. We'll take some questions if there are any outstanding. So comments are due on April 18th. And then we'll have, at the same time as the comment deadline, we'll also seek some comments and survey responses from all of you on our stakeholder process and our working group process in particular. So please keep an eye out for that when you go to file your comments at the comment template. As we discussed in late April or early May, we'll have our Order 2023 compliance filing deadline. We are, as I mentioned at the beginning of this workshop too, still exploring ways to communicate to you what is in that filing so that you can understand how this all fits together. We don't have a date and time in mind for that yet, but we will communicate that, so please keep an eye out. And then we plan to take this to the board for the May 22nd and 23rd Board of Governors meeting, and then initiate Track 2 shortly thereafter. Track 3, thank you, Deb. Deb has been clarifying, keeping me straight all day, which is good. And then please, in your comments, provide some comment on whether what the timeline should be for Track 3. Whether we need to expedite that for the July board meeting, which again would be very aggressive, or if October is sufficient. Any questions on just the process and where we are here? I think there's one on, looks like there's a question on WebEx.
Aisha, go ahead.
Hey, Daniel, I know you guys you can't wait for this to get over, but I had a question regarding, so is there a potential opportunity for a workshop on, like a follow-up workshop to what we did in December for the heat map? Are there any plans in place? Do you guys think May will be a good time to have something, or after the results come out and when you guys finally publish the final information around that time, could we have like a dedicated call just to go through questions and how to read the information provided?
Yeah, I think we're very open to that. I think we need to talk internally about what the best timing for that is going to be to provide you all with the most certainty, so that we can, I don't know if that's after we file it at FERC or after the information is more firm and we have all the information that we're going to use for the next cluster window. So let us connect internally on kind of what the best timing for something like that is. I think we did hear today that there is still a need for more clarification around the zonal approach in particular. And I think I also heard that there's a need for more clarification around the scoring and the LSE allocation process. So we'll take a look at those two items and see if there's a good time to get you all that information before you go out and start getting ready for cluster 15.
Perfect. Yeah, I know. I don't think we will have any more workshops on this Track 2. So should we wait for a market notice or some other forum to get updates on that?
Yes, I think a market notice. Wait for a market notice and you'll hear about it that way.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Virginia Nixer. I am just wondering about the timing. Danielle, you just reiterated you had some things that the CAISO had expressed today, really have to think through a little bit more, particularly around constraints, et cetera. Comments are due on the 18th, and this is going to the Board of Governors 4 weeks after that. Do you feel like there's enough time to really address some of those concerns? Obviously, you've heard them today, so you can start working on them, but is that enough time to address them to the satisfaction of stakeholders before that goes to the board?
Yeah, I think we need to talk about that as well. I mean, I think we've certainly heard that there's still some areas of confusion, and I think we have to assess what level of detail and clarity we need to bring this to the board. So we'll review your written comments in addition to just kind of debriefing on the conversation today, and let you know. But I don't expect us to push this past the May board meeting. So whatever we do to clarify and respond to stakeholder comments will still be within that time frame.
Thank you, everyone. With that, I'll go with my other updates from stakeholder affairs. We do have the save the date for the California New Resource Implementation hybrid meeting scheduled for May 1st. For this meeting, we kind of aim to have our stakeholders participate and go over summer operations and other expectations that are presented by the NRI team. And then if you do plan to come in person, please feel free to register. We have noticed that. And all information will be held on the Public Forums webpage. So we did post a final agenda for that too. So hopefully we can see you there. Next, we do have an upcoming meeting scheduled on April 22nd, a working group for the annual policy roadmap and catalog. This meeting will go over a lot of stakeholder-led presentations. We are really thankful to see a lot of people want to sign up and have participating. So they're going to be having a working group session all day for that April 22nd. Virtual details will be coming shortly within the next 2 weeks. And lastly, but not least, we do have the save the date for the stakeholder symposium scheduled on October 30th. We're excited for everyone to join us at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center this year. We will have a welcome reception held on October 29th. All information will be disclosed pretty soon. We are working on that registration. So we're aiming about maybe mid-April, May to have that information and notice. So for those who want to be sponsors, please feel free to let us know. We're excited to kick things off this year again with Symposium. So feel free to send those questions to symposiumreg@caiso.com. But with that, I think I don't have any more questions unless there's a few questions in the room. Go ahead, Joanne.
Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, team, for all the hard work on this. I just wanted to sort of emphasize what Elliot said earlier this morning, that I know this has been a tremendous lift for everybody and all the stakeholders that helped to get us to this point. And I know that it does sound like there's still some things to iron out, and we'll continue to work on those things so that we can continue on our path to the board in May. I am looking forward to the feedback on the survey on working groups and how we can continue to evolve our stakeholder process based on your feedback and continuous improvement efforts. So please do submit your survey information, and we'll be pleased to take a look at that. Otherwise, really great job on all the hard work on working groups and getting to this final proposal stage. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. Really appreciate all the engagement. Look forward to your comments.
And be careful out there. I understand it's snowing.
Thank you. Thank you, Silas. You can go ahead and close our call.